Jury is present. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As always, I begin by asking you, did anybody become exposed to any information regarding the case while you were away from the courtroom? Thank you. You have been selected and sworn as a jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Othal Wallace. This is a criminal case. Mr. Wallace is charged with first-degree murder. The definition of the elements of first-degree murder will be explained to you later. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Mr. Wallace. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. The indictment is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and then to explain those laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of this case may be and then to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it might be helpful for you to understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the lawyers will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make what is called an opening statement. The opening statement gives the lawyers a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the course of the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. After the evidence has been presented, the lawyers will have an opportunity to make what is called a final argument. Following the arguments by the lawyers, the court will then instruct you on the law which is applicable to this case. After the instructions are given to you, you will then retire to consider your verdict. Now, you should not form any definite or fixed opinion about the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the court. Until such a time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Now, during the course of the trial, the court will take recess, during which you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During this recess, you will not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell them that you are in the jury trying the case and ask them to stop. If they persist, leave them at once and report the matter to the bailiff, who will then advise me. Now, this case must be tried by you only upon the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the court. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. Accordingly, you must not visit any of the places described in the evidence, and you must not read nor listen to any reports about this case. Further, you must not discuss this case with any person, and you must not speak with the lawyers, the witnesses, or the defendant about any subject until your deliberations are finished. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of the defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it was made. And likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer the question. Now, if you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you don't want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and a pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you will take will be for your own personal use. However, you should not take the notes from within the courtroom. During the recess, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me, and they will be destroyed. No one will ever get to read your notes. If you do take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Now, let me just say something else. We have a court reporter, and she's going to be very busy throughout this trial. She's the only one I think we're going to have throughout the trial. It is much easier for you to pay close attention during the course of the trial. And if you think you didn't hear something or you're having trouble hearing the witness, raise your hand and tell me. And I'll have the volume turned up or have the witness get closer to the microphone. It's much easier to get the answer live from the witness while the witness is on the stand than from the cold record when the court reporter has to type up her notes and then read them back to you. And I do want to point out to you that that is a very cumbersome process and time consuming. So please pay close attention during the trial. As you'll see, I'll be working on my computer during the course of the trial, and I'll be taking notes myself as well, except I don't on my computer. State, you ready to proceed? All right, you may give your opening statement.
Good morning. Before I talk to you about the evidence the state will be showing you in this case, I want to start by reading a social media message that was publicly posted on the Instagram account of this defendant, Othal Wallace. And I quote, "One day I will take great pride and honor in getting me some pig's blood on my hands and boots. If you can't feel this energy, following me is not going to be healthy for you. I pray against my enemy and wish death to all those who are oppressive to the black culture. Black power." These words are not just a message that was posted by the defendant, but a promise. A promise to get pig's blood on his boots, which makes no mistake, the evidence will show you in this case means one thing: the blood of a law enforcement officer. And this post was made 16 days prior to the defendant shooting and killing Officer Rayner in the head. You are no normal jury. Normal juries are asked to make determinations on whether or not the state has met its burden of proof by relying on multiple pieces of evidence and kind of putting the puzzle together to determine whether or not the state has enough evidence. Things like eyewitness testimony, physical evidence, DNA, fingerprints, circumstantial evidence. You won't have to do that, because all of you will bear witness yourselves to the murder of Officer Rayner. All of you will watch every single moment of this incident happen on his body-worn camera, which Officer Rayner was equipped with that night. Each and every second of the 28 seconds of his interaction with the defendant is captured on that body-worn camera. The sound of the shot, single gunshot, is captured on that body-worn camera. And before fleeing the scene, as Officer Rayner lay on the ground with a hole in his head, you're going to hear the defendant shout out, "Fuck that man," before you hear the tires of his car leaving the parking lot. And after leaving Officer Rayner alone behind these series of apartments at Daytona Beach in the dark with a hole in his head, the defendant would flee the county, flee the city, and eventually flee the state of Florida altogether within a matter of hours. He would travel to the Jacksonville area in his own car, then head down to Gainesville, where he met up with his brother, switching vehicles and getting a ride from his brother to a property just outside of Georgia, or just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. And along the way, which I'll come back to later, he made another Instagram post while he was fleeing Volusia County and Daytona Beach. The defendant would be quickly apprehended and located in Georgia on a small property in Snellville. He would be found hiding in a treehouse, armed with multiple weapons, including an AK-style assault weapon with a banana clip, and including a Glock 17, the same Glock 17 that was used to murder Officer Rayner on the 23rd of June. He would be brought back to Florida to face the charges of attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. And the reason it was attempted is because Officer Rayner was still alive. He was at the Halifax hospital fighting for his life. Unfortunately, despite his perseverance and valiant effort, he could not overcome that gunshot wound to his head, and he died on August 17th of 2021. Thereafter, the charges were upgraded, and he's indicted for first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. In addition to seeing the actual murder occur on the body-worn camera, the state will present to you dozens of witnesses and items of evidence proving the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder. You will receive and view portions of other body-worn cameras. Two of the colleagues of Officer Rayner who rushed to his aid when he was non-responsive on the radio. You'll see and learn from these witnesses that Officer Rayner's duty belt, a belt worn by law enforcement that contains various things, handcuffs, guns, taser, a mask, radio, was intact. The gun had not been removed, the taser had not been removed, the mask had not been removed, and the belt was still on Officer Rayner when they arrived. And you're going to learn a little bit about Axon videos, the actual system that operates the cameras. And what that system does is it actually gives a notification if a weapon is drawn. So if an officer draws his taser or his firearm, it creates in a log a notification that that weapon has been drawn, and then actually causes the camera to go on. And you'll learn that there were no notifications on Officer Rayner's duty belt from Axon because he did not draw any of his weapons on the defendant. You're also going to learn that earlier in the day, along with other officers from Daytona Beach, an email was received. It went to all Daytona Beach officers. It's what's commonly referred to as a BOLA, or be on the lookout. This email was about a stolen Honda gray crossover vehicle. It went to all officers, and Officer Rayner actually talked to one of his colleagues about that stolen vehicle shortly before he was shot in the head. And that is important in this case because you will see the defendant is in a similar Honda crossover SUV, gray in color, backed into a parking spot behind this apartment complex in a dark area where Officer Rayner could not have made out the plate on the rear of the car to determine whether or not it was even a stolen vehicle, which it wasn't. You'll also learn that Othal Wallace, the defendant, would stay at those apartments at 133 Kingston. He had a girlfriend there, apartment 8. This girlfriend is the first one who identifies the defendant in the body-worn camera footage. So when law enforcement gets that body-worn camera footage, they do screenshots of the vehicle and the person, and they show it to Ms. Lewis, and she identifies the vehicle as that belonging to Othal Wallace, and she identifies Othal Wallace as the man in that vehicle. You're going to hear from investigators. You're going to hear about their efforts to locate, identify, and apprehend Othal Wallace, which included working with multiple agencies, including the ATF, the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, the U.S. Marshals, and the Georgia State Police were the ones who actually went onto the property and took Othal Wallace into custody. From these witnesses, you will clearly see the defendant's efforts, layered efforts, to avoid apprehension, including, as I already said, fleeing from the state of Florida, switching vehicles, going to a property in Georgia that he was very familiar with, hiding in the treehouse on that property with these weapons, discarding his cell phone before reaching that property, and even changing his physical appearance by cutting off his long hair in a matter of hours and just a day or two between the crime and his apprehension. You're going to hear from experts from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and they're going to tell you about some DNA evidence. They're going to tell you about how Officer Rayner's blood was located on the rear of the defendant's vehicle after it was found in Gainesville and examined by law enforcement. They're going to tell you how the defendant's DNA, not surprisingly, on his own Glock 17 was found in his possession. And they're going to tell you, an expert in ballistics is going to tell you, that the casing, single shell casing found at the crime scene in that back parking lot, was identified as having been shot and fired from Othal Wallace's Glock 17 that was found with him in the treehouse. You're also going to receive some other Instagram posts and conversations as well about some of these posts, all from the defendant's Instagram, showing the defendant's disdain towards law enforcement. And again, these posts are going to be weeks before he actually kills Officer Rayner. But as I said earlier, this case is very unique because you have the opportunity to see and hear Officer Rayner's contact with the defendant. Officer Rayner was on duty and he was working the night shift that evening. He was patrolling this area of Daytona Beach, and it's a high crime area of Daytona Beach. You can actually hear there have been some recent shootings in the area as well. You will be able to see in that video, Officer Rayner approach the gray Honda. Othal Wallace is sitting in the front driver's seat with the front door ajar. You'll see as he approaches and comes around the side of that ajar door, the defendant stand up out of the car. And you're going to see in the defendant's hand, in his left hand, a small marijuana cigarette. His phone in his right hand. And Officer Rayner shines the flashlight on Othal Wallace's hands. And you're going to see him switch the phone to his left hand to conceal that marijuana cigarette, freeing up his right hand. You're going to hear Officer Rayner being courteous and respectful to the defendant. And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, Officer Rayner asks him again, courteously and respectfully, sit in the car. It is when Officer Rayner keys up his radio. And when I say keys up, I mean goes to call into dispatch. And he starts with his number, his assigned unit number, Charlie 77. When he keys that up, the defendant pushes him with his forearm and the camera becomes obscured. And when the camera becomes obscured, you will hear Officer Rayner tell him 4 times, stop, 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 man. And then you hear the gunshot. And the proclamation by the defendant, fuck that man. And just as important as what you will see in that video is what you do not see. You do not see Officer Rayner ever draw a weapon. Taser, axe, firearm, he doesn't do it. He never threatens the defendant. He's never aggressive towards the defendant. He is polite and courteous in asking the defendant to follow his simple instructions. But the defendant would not have it. After shooting Officer Rayner, as the defendant fled, leaving Officer Rayner mortally wounded, he took to, as I said earlier, he took to Instagram again. And you're going to hear from a witness who's going to talk to you about Instagram and how the posts work. One of the posts you can put on Instagram is called a story. It's almost like if you wanted to record a video, somebody was skiing, they wanted to record a video, they could post it to their Instagram account, and you could click that video on the story and watch the video. And as I said earlier, Othal Wallace's account was not restricted, it was not private. Anybody with his username could have looked up his account and seen his posts freely. And so he took to Instagram within minutes of murdering Officer Rayner, within minutes of shooting him in the head, and bragged about keeping that promise from the earlier Instagram post. And you'll hear his voice. There's no video, but you'll hear his voice in that post. And you'll hear him proclaim to anybody who wished to hear it, I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy-ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all. Black power and shalom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will clearly show beyond all reasonable doubt in this case that the defendant murdered Officer Jason Rayner while he was simply doing what was expected of him. to investigate crime and protect the community. And he murdered Officer Jason Rayner because he was a cop, because he was the police, because he was a law enforcement officer. But to him, Officer Rayner was just a kid. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Fourth Amendment states the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. The very last instruction Judge St. Brown was going to give me is that for more than 2 centuries we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has a right to violate rules we all share. That holds true as much today as it did 200 years ago when they wrote the Constitution. These are the facts in this case. On June 23rd of 2021, Othal Wallace got up and went to work like he did every day. He finished with work about 1. He came home, spent a little time at the Kingston address, and then he went and visited his daughter. He gets back in the evening of the 23rd, he's sitting in his car, winding down before he goes inside and hangs out with his girlfriend and other kids. It's at that time, Jason Rayner pulls up in front of his vehicle. And as the state told you, this is all on video, with the exception of 30 seconds, but you'll learn about that on the road during the trial. 30 seconds of it is not on the video when it's goes on. So Rayner stops in front of him, gets out, and you'll see that as Rayner's walking out of the car, Mr. Wallace then starts getting out of his vehicle. As he approaches, Rayner then says, "How's it going? Do you live here?" And Othal's like, "What's going on? Do you live here?" Now, as he does that, as he asks the same time, "Do you live here?" you see him physically grab the door. So he's got his arm here. And he's very close to Mr. Wallace at this time. So what you have now is the car, the door, Officer Rayner, Othal Wallace. Very close proximity. "Do you live here?" And he's like, "Why are you asking me that? What's going on?" And at that point, he says, "Sit down, sit down, sit down," and he puts his hand out. Now you have to visualize the scene. You have the lead from the door in the car. Mr. Wallace is back into it. Rayner's in front of him with his hand on his shoulder and a hold of the door. There's no way for Mr. Wallace to go to that point to his left. There's another car to the right. There's a fence behind him. And Rayner's car is parked in front of him. There's no escape for him. So he has his hand on his shoulder, and he says to him, "Not pig, not what are you doing?" He says, sir, what's going on?" And he's like, "Can you sit down and I'll talk to you?" At this time, he has him with both hands, one on the right shoulder, one on the left shoulder, and he's trying to push him back in the car. Mr. Wallace says, "Come on, don't do this. Why are you asking me if I live here? Do you live here, yes or no?" And he's like, "What's going on?" And at that point, he says, "Back up," and he tries to walk away. He turns and gets around the door, and as Rayner pushes him into the door, hits by the door, you see him grab him by the back of the collar, a struggle ensues, and then you hear one gunshot. Short time later, you hear the car drive off. All of this is on video. It takes approximately 20 seconds. You're going to then hear about Mr. Wallace's car being found in Alachua County, and then he's apprehended, taken into custody in Georgia. No violence in Georgia. armed with his AK-47. Still no violence. Up high in a treehouse, sees all the law enforcement coming up. They open up that AK-47 if he wanted to kill all these pigs. There's absolutely no violence. Instead, when the Georgia State Police officer goes up, he's laying on the floor with his hands up. No violence. We put it down very easy. These are the facts, and they're undisputed. Now, you're going to hear the state come at you with a lot of different things. One is the stolen vehicle. There's absolutely no evidence that Rayner knew about this stolen vehicle. We're going to try to elicit it from now Orange County Deputy Amanda Dickman and say, oh, he told me he was going to look for this signal thing. But listen to how her story is changed. Also, listen to the fact that she's the second person to arrive on scene. If she had known that he was going to look for this gray colored Honda CRV, wouldn't she have said something to somebody? Wouldn't she have said, hey, let's look for that signal 10, let's look for that stolen vehicle? She never said it. Don't you think she'd at least put it in a report? She doesn't put it in a report. It's not until 2 years later that she goes, oh, that's right. He told me he was going to look for the stolen vehicle. And since then, her story's changed. Because you'll hear that at one point she said, he told it to me at the hall that I was with him just before this happened. Guess what? It's not on the body. How can you? But when it's not on the body, then it's like, I don't know. But he told me sometime in the middle of, in the middle of our shift that he was going to look for that. He doesn't radio in and say, hey, I think I found this stolen vehicle. He doesn't say, hey, I'm going to look for the stolen vehicle. And you're also going to find out he wasn't even in his zone. He was in a different zone. The state just told me about this marijuana cigarette. Not once will you hear Rayner say, hey, is that weed? Hey, I smell weed. Not once did they find any weed. So this whole trying to cover it up, wouldn't it have been easier for Mr. Wallace to just drop that marijuana cigarette on the floorboard of his car, stomp it out, so he didn't have it in his hand? You know, what you find in his car are cigars. It's just about to get a cigar. Or more likely. You're going to hear about these posts on Instagram. And you're going to find out it's senseless rhetoric based on what was going on in our country. Nothing more than that. You're going to hear about the gun being holstered. And he's saying it didn't flat out. The Exxon, when you pull it out, but you are going to hear that it does alarm that his gun is being removed. There's a firearm alarm that goes out. You're also saying they didn't remove the taser. But you'll see the taser with the safety latch off. The safety latch is off. And with the Exxon and the taser, it doesn't alarm until you shoot it. So he had the safety latch off on the taser. Don't get tangled up in all this excess stuff that the state's going to throw at you. This entire case comes down to that 30 seconds of video. And whether or not Officer Rayner went from what you would call a consensual encounter to a detainment for no reason at all. And whether or not you think it's reasonable that when Rayner horse collars Othal Wallace as he's trying to walk away, if he would have been in fear, as a reasonable person would, and whether or not he had the right to defend himself. That's what this case is about, nothing else. And because of that, he's not guilty of
Either side wish to invoke the
Yes, sir.
are there any witnesses present?
Yes, Your Honor.
There are. And have the witnesses come forward.
Yes.
If each of you will raise your right hand on this one, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the proceedings you will be right?
Okay, I'm going to ask each of your names very quickly here. Your name?
Position elect.
Spell your last name.
L-A-M-A-G-N-A.
Last name?
Sergeant.
This is Cummins spelling.
S-I-Z-E-O-R.
Spelling.
Amanda.
Spell your last name.
D-I-C-K-E-N-S.
A rule of procedure has been invoked which will require that you remain outside of the courtroom while the testimony is being delivered in the courtroom. Obviously, you can talk to each other about anything you like, with one exception. You may not speak about this case with anyone while the trial is going on. You can't tell anybody what questions were asked in the courtroom, what answers you gave, what theories of the case you may have. And that's for the duration of the trial. Now, the only exception to that rule is that you may speak with the lawyers individually, not collectively as a group, about any questions that you may have about your testimony. You understand? Or you may wait outside. Oh, by the way, the jurors are wearing juror badges. If for whatever reason you find yourself in the same space as the jurors, you need to walk away from the jurors, whatever that may be. Thank you. You may step outside. State, you may call your first witness.
Yes, Judge, the state would call Deputy Amanda Dickens.
Good to see you, Your Honor.
Deputy Judge.
Let's see.
Thank you, Judge.
There's a problem with sound. Either move your microphone closer to the podium. Actually, I prefer you not be on that side if you can get farther away from yours. Either in the middle there or close to the main podium, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which is not close to people. Thank you, have a seat.
Sure.
Now, you see.
No, but we can see if we can hook this up, right?
Okay?
So if we hook this up.
Is that better for you, Terry?
Stand by.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's not.
Let's see if we can push it there. And then we're to push the monitor down a little bit.
Ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Okay. Ready to proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you can introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name, please.
Amanda Dickens, last name Dickens.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office,
What's your job there?
patrol deputy,
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
approximately a year and a half.
Prior to working with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
Yes, I work for the city of Daytona Beach.
Why did you leave Daytona to go work with Orange County?
Just better money opportunity. It's closer to my house. Shorter
Okay.
commute.
Do you mind telling the jury, if you could, about your training that you received to become a law enforcement officer, please?
Yes.
Can you
So-
get closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, sir. So I went to academy, just 700 plus hours, plus in-house training at the city of Daytona Beach Police Department. I went through an FTO program before being released. And when I went to Orange County, I went through the same thing, went through their in-house and FTO program all over again.
And I know what an FTO program is, but can you tell the jurors what that means?
It's field training, so basically on-job training.
Is that under the supervision of a senior officer?
Yes.
To provide you guidance?
Yes, it is.
And that person rides with you, and you guys, they follow you for several months in the same car?
Yes, they do. They grade you on your performances of the day. Yes.
Let me bring your attention now to would have been June 23rd, 2021. Were you working that day, ma'am?
Yes, I was.
What capacity were you working in?
Patrol.
What shift were you working back then?
I was working Charlie East, so the midnight squad.
Can you tell the jurors what time the midnight squad would work if there was two different shifts?
There was a single shift, but it was split in two, so we'd have cars come and work 4 to 4, and then the second half of cars would come in and work 6 to 6.
So 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 4 p.m. to 4 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Officer Jason Rayner?
Yes, sir.
How did you know him?
We met in-house at Daytona Beach. We went through in-house academy, or in-house training, and then we ended up on the same shift.
So he was on the midnight shift with you?
Yes, he was.
And obviously on the midnight shift, it could either be 4 to 4 or 6 to 6?
Yes.
Tell me about the normal procedure once you would get on shift for the day. What would you do to brief up and get ready for the day?
My normal day started with my emails, making sure that I understood what was happening either the night before or during the day. So bolos, taskings, stuff that needs to be fixed, evidence, subpoenas, and then we'd go for briefing.
Did you, through the emails, what kind of information would you get?
Stolen vehicles, missing persons, suspects in robberies and other crimes. Attempt to identify if you've gotten out with somebody that matched who they got out with or who they think the suspect is.
Did you, as a law enforcement officer, upon receiving these emails, would you utilize them in your daily function in order to determine, investigative leads or what you might do during the evening?
Yes, absolutely.
You yourself on that June 23rd date in 2021, you came on at 6 p.m.
Yes, I did.
Upon coming on that evening, did you have any, did you review your emails that day?
Yes, I did.
Just, can we come sidebar for one moment?
There you go. Would you have some logistics? All rise from jury. All right, we'll be in recess. All rise from jury. You received, Your Honor. You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, if I can pick up, when you check your emails on June 23rd when you came on shift, did you receive an email in reference to any stolen vehicle?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Judge? I'm going to approach and show you what's marked for state's identification as G. Can you take a moment and look at that? Okay. It is a state's G, the email that you received in reference to that stolen vehicle.
Yes.
Did you read that yourself when you got on shift that day?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about Daytona a little bit and how it's set up. I'm going to approach you and show you what's marked as State A. Judge, I believe there's no objection from the defense on State A, so we move it into State 1.
Is it impossible?
It's a composite.
How many pictures?
4.
Okay, without objection?
No objection,
the evidence will be, the item will be admitted as evidence, you mark it as evidence. Whenever you hear me say the words, it's admitted as evidence, that means it becomes part of this case that you will have when you deliberate, okay? You may or may not be able to see it at this time, depending upon the parties and when they want to show the evidence. Once I say this is admitted as evidence, it is your evidence. Let me see.
Thank you, Judge. May I have the witness step down?
Yes. And make sure you keep your voice up, though.
And I'm going to show you what is marked as 1A, which is in evidence. If you can take this pointer, if you can stand to the side of there. Can you just describe what area we're looking at here, maybe identify some landmarks and explain to the jury what area we're looking at?
Sure. This is the city of Daytona Beach.
Talk really loud.
This is going to be city of Daytona Beach. So this is going to be A1A, your main route of International Speedway Boulevard. You have the Daytona Speedway. You have the airport behind it. It's going to be US 1, otherwise known as Ridgewood. Tanger Outlets.
And I see here on the map, it's marked 133 Kingston Avenue. Is that eventually the location you had to go to with Officer Rayner that evening?
Yes, sir.
You can just stay up there for one moment, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's marked as 1B. It's just a little bit closer. You can identify the landmarks again and the location here.
So the Speedway is still here. This is still International Speedway Boulevard. Still A1A, Beach Street. You have Jackie Robinson Stadium. And just north of it is Kingston.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll just have you stay up there for one more moment. And eventually we'll get to 133 Kingston Avenue. Is this a close-up of that area?
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell us what roads kind of work to frame it?
The main road's going to be North Beach Street. You're going to have the jurisdiction line of Basin Avenue, Holly Hill. So that parallel to Beach Street is going to be Ridgewood.
Okay, and I'll have you come down later and explain some other stuff that you do. Actually, if you can stay here. If you can, I'm sorry, can you tell us what zone you were working that evening?
Zone 56.
And
Zone 56.
Thank you.
can you describe to the jury and show them what zone 56 would encompass on the map here, if you can?
Yeah, so it's going to be everything west of the river, east of the railroad tracks. Right here. And then south of Mason, which I pointed out earlier, and is, or north of Mason, south of Mason, north of Mary McLeod Boone.
So just for us, because we don't know any of these roads, can you just like draw?
Yeah, it's this little area right here, a little box.
Now, Officer Rayner, what zone was he working that evening?
He was working 57.
Can you tell us where that is, ma'am?
So that's going to be the same east and western points, but it's going to be from Mary McLeod Boone down to Orange Avenue. So
Orange to what?
it's Mary McLeod Boone, MMB, down to Orange.
Now, ma'am, just because you're assigned to 56 and he's assigned to 57, does that restrict you to your zone throughout the day?
No, it's
Can you explain to the members of the jury how that works and when one might go outside their zone?
So you would go outside of your area of responsibility regarding the proactivity, to back up another officer, to do traffic stops, anything that you could go anywhere on that side. The only thing that you're really responsible for is the reports in your zone. But you could go do proactivity or whatever you wanted in all the other zones.
Thank you, ma'am. I can have you sit down now. Thank you. Now, once you got on shift that evening, did you have a conversation with Officer Rayner in reference to that email?
I did.
Can you describe, do you remember where that conversation took place or how?
I know it happens between coming on shift at 6 and the last call before the incident. So somewhere's in that time period, either verbal or via phone call.
Did you previously indicate that it was at a call at the American Inn?
I did, however, it's been a couple of years. It was traumatic. It took me a month and a half to get back to work. So after some reflecting on when it happened, I know it happened in between 6 p.m. and when the incident happened. I just don't recall where exactly.
What was the conversation? What did Officer Rayner tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, you're said.
Based on the close
Based,
reading, close reading stands.
Go ahead and answer, ma'am.
The conversation was asking, Officer Rayner asked if I had seen the Bolo or be on the lookout for the signal 10. The signal 10 is a stolen vehicle.
So
This is
let's
the code.
slow down for everybody here. So if he asked you about a Bolo,
He asked if I had seen the Bolo in the email. Now, Bolo is a be on the lookout.
what in law enforcement speak, what does be on the lookout mean? What does it mean for y'all?
It's just like a notice of either there's a stolen vehicle, a suspect of some sort, a stolen tag. It's just a, hey, this happened, it's in your area, look out for it if you see it, you know.
And then you had mentioned Signal 10. What is the Signal 10 used for? And
It's a 10 code for stolen vehicle.
so just so we all understand, like if you were to go over the radio and you would say Signal 10, that means a stolen vehicle. So when y'all communicate with each other, do you use, I guess, officer speak or radio talk?
Yeah, it's a mixture of like plain talk and codes, just depending on what's easier to get out.
Now that we understand the codes, can you tell us what exactly he told you?
Yeah, he asked me if I had seen the Bolo. He said that it had hit our license plate readers, our LPR system, which is basically a fancy camera that just takes pictures of your license plates and it sets them in a system. And if that certain plate has been listed into the national database or the state database as stolen or missing, it'll alert and say, hey, that car, vehicle, plate is in your area. So he had said that the vehicle was in our area and he wanted to go look for it at some point during our shift.
So, and based on your conversation, you understood him referring to that email in reference to the Honda?
Yes.
Now, around what time do you go out for lunch? When I say out, can you explain to the jury what that means? And do you sort of take lunch? Or, I say lunch, a dinner for you?
My scheduled dinner was around 8 o'clock.
What did you do for your dinner that night?
I did not have dinner because I was asked to assist Officer Erlinson and Officer Rayner with a email search for an arrest that they were making.
After you assisted them, was that at the American Inn?
Yes, it was.
After you assisted them, what did you do at that point?
I was sitting driver door to driver door with Officer Erlinson while I was attempting to eat my dinner in my car.
Do you mind stepping down? We have to step down, Judge?
Yes. Can you show us? Keep your voice up.
Can you show us where the American Inn is located on the map down area? Might be a little off the map, but if you can show us.
It should be right here.
Okay. So it's south of the Kingston Avenue.
Yeah, it's south.
Okay, you can sit back there. Thank you. While you were talking to Officer Erlinson, did something cause you to change your course of conduct where you had to I guess, spring into action or try to do something?
Yes. Officer Rayner came across the radio and he said 3 Charlie 77, which is our call signs. We have assigned call signs.
So if we can slow that down. So for example, if I was a police officer, I could have Charlie 56. Someone else could be Charlie, I'm just making up numbers.
Yeah.
But that's his call sign, so when the I guess the operator or the CAD operator knows, they know who it is.
Yeah, it's an identifier, yes.
When you hear Charlie 77, is there anything that usually comes after that?
Yes, usually you hear dispatch reply with go ahead. like, go ahead with your transmission. And then there was nothing.
Would in a normal situation, an officer respond after dispatch asked them to go with their?
Yes.
Did you hear any response after the dispatch asked, go ahead?
No, there was no response. Dispatch called for him several times.
Why did that cause you to have concern, and then what did you do in reaction to that?
Due to my experience, that usually means the officer is in trouble and can't get to the radio to transmit, or they're fighting somebody. So something is preventing them from getting to the radio.
What did you do when you were at the American Inn? Where did you go to?
I got out of the parking lot of American Inn. I made a right-hand turn northbound on Ridgewood, and I just started driving in that direction.
May I have the witness step down?
Yes.
Thank you. Don't forget to talk really loud.
Yes.
Thank you. So if you just indicate where you started driving, did Officer Erlinson leave the parking lot with you?
He left with me, but I was facing Ridgewood. And he was facing the hotel because we were driver door to driver door. So he had to make a U-turn to come out after me.
Okay.
So we made the northbound turn down to Ridgewood, and as we were driving towards that area, we were getting updates on Officer Rayner's location.
Were you able to look up Officer Rayner's location yourself?
I did pull it up on our maps, and I saw that he was up in my zone, north, and I knew the general area. I just didn't know the street because it was blown out. So like you could just tell I had to go north. I didn't know where north, but I didn't go north.
And if we can back up a moment, when you were at the American Inn down here, that's outside of your zone, right? Because you were assisting.
I was in zone 58, yes.
Okay. But that would be common to rotate zones to help.
Yes, I was called there to assist with the search stuff, yes.
So if you can just tell us, you're driving Ridgewood, and if you can let us know,
Let me step back a little bit so the viewers can't see through you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, step to the side so they can see.
tell us
What I can ask,
Yes, sir.
the same question you asked me.
Yes, sir.
You said she was driving from what?
Yes, you're driving from the American Inn north, and was it on Ridgewood here?
Yes, it was.
This being stage 1C, is this Ridgewood right there?
Yes, it is.
Tell us what road you turned on, and how did you know what road to turn on?
Dispatch advised us that his GPS was coming off of Kingston, and also Sergeant Search, who was my sergeant at the time, had pulled up his GPS off of his body cam. And he was coming up in this area.
What did you do from Ridgewood? You can show us your path of travel.
Absolutely. So I made a right-hand turn onto Kingston. It being close to 8:30 at night, it was dark, so you couldn't see much. Parked right here was a big yellow Husky truck with a moving truck, so I could not see Officer Rayner's car or any indicators of where he was. So I made a U-turn at Beach Street, and by the time I turned around to come back, Officer Erlinson had found him and was calling out all the necessary information on the radio. That we had an officer down with a gunshot wound, and that he needed to do this.
When you turned around and proceeded back, can you point to the jury where you parked your vehicle and where you went to?
Yes. So I parked my vehicle here at an angle, and I had to run in between the buildings. An officer.
I'm going to show you what is 1D. It's a blow up of the 133 Kingston Avenue, and then right next door to the 115.
Yes, sir.
So just illustrate on here, it's a little bit closer to where you parked.
Yes. So I parked right here because the Husky truck was parked in the way right here. I ran across here behind the buildings, and Officer Erlinson and Officer Rayner were over here, and Officer Rayner's car was here.
And just so we're clear with the jury, it was in the back of this parking lot behind 133 Kingston where you located that?
Yeah, it was right here against the fence.
Did you have a body camera on that day?
I did.
Now, I know this is a little embarrassing. When you first get out of your car, do you pull your gun out?
I did pull my gun out, yes.
Why did you do that, ma'am?
Because Officer Robinson had advised that one of our officers was shot, and I didn't know if the shooter was still in the area.
As you jump out and you're running, do you, we'll see it on video, do you trip over something?
I do. There's a concrete barrier right here between these two apartments, and it was dark.
When you get to Officer Rayner and Officer Erlinson, describe what you observe happening back there and what the scene is like.
The scene's chaotic. There's a bunch of civilians around. Officer Erlinson is asking me to get something to stop the bleeding. When I yelled in the general public for a towel, I think some bystander had given their shirt off their back to stop the bleeding. When I got up to Officer Rayner, he was shot in the head, and his left eye was completely out and hanging, and he was bleeding profusely.
What did you do?
I grabbed his hand and began to help hold pressure on his head the best I could. Officer Erlinson was still trying to get out radio traffic, so I ended up turning my radio off so that it wouldn't mess up the traffic because it squelch each other if you're too close.
Was the paramedics or firefighters or EMTs there yet?
No. No, they were not.
How long did it take them about to arrive? Do you know?
What felt like hours, I think probably 10, 15 minutes.
Officer Erlinson and Officer Rayner were located here. Is this where Officer Rayner's vehicle was that we were talking about?
Yeah, it was parked facing east, like this.
Was Officer Rayner conscious and alert when you arrived back there?
He was awake and conscious. I was trying to speak to him and let him know it was going to be okay and to hang on.
Was he able to communicate and talk to you a little bit?
He was trying to give us some information about who he was out with. I was trying to get his phone password so I could access his Axon app and look into the body camera to see who he got out with.
So if we can just explain that to the jury. As a law enforcement officer with Daytona Beach, on your cell phones,
Yes.
would you have access to watch back what was happening on Axon or on your
Yes.
body camera?
Yes, there's an app and it will collect all of your videos that you've recorded that day, or at least until you dock it again, or it uploads into Axon's cloud, I guess. So we do have an app, you log in, which his would have automatically opened with his face, or a passcode to his phone, but I couldn't get a passcode, so.
So when you first get there, you're unable to see the Axon of who he interacted with?
Yeah, we don't.
You can sit back there. I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes. Tell us, in the time between you back arriving and you're there, are you just comforting Officer Rayner at the time?
I was comforting him up until Officer Jackson arrived, and then we ended up taking his uniform off and checking for other injuries. And then after we checked for other injuries and loaded him into the ambulance, Officer Jackson had taken his duty belt and walked over to his patrol car, where I had opened the trunk and we secured his duty belt in the trunk.
Did you have an opportunity to make observations of his duty belt?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury what kind of equipment when you were at Daytona Beach you would have on your utility belt?
Yes, so you will have your firearm, your taser, your collapsible baton, your pepper spray, your handcuffs, and then your extra magazines, ammunition.
When you observed, were you present when Officer Rayner was about to take it off?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to make observations of it?
Yes, I was.
Did his gun, was it still in the holstered in?
Yes, it was. Still in the holster.
Can you explain to the jury how you as a law enforcement officer in Daytona Beach would have had to, what you would have done to be able to get your gun out of your holster?
Yes, so the holsters issued at Daytona Beach. There's a two-step process to remove the gun from the holster. There's a strap that goes over the top that has to be pushed forward, and there's another button just underneath of it that has to be locked back in order to disengage the firearm from the holster.
And the firearm was still in the holster without anything?
The firearm was still in the holster, and the first page was still up.
What about his collapsible baton? Was that located still in his utility belt, folded up?
It was still in its holster behind his duty weapon.
Did you have an opportunity to see his, I guess, stun gun or taser, whatever the name might be?
Yes, his taser was still holstered as well.
Were you wearing a body camera that day?
Yes, I was.
Approach the witness, Judge.
Okay.
I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as stage P. You can take a moment and look at that. See if you can recognize it.
Yes, it's my body camera.
How do you recognize that one?
Because I signed it.
Okay. So you view this
I
as
did sign it, yes.
this is a fair and accurate depiction of parts of your body camera that evening?
Yes, it is.
Judge, this time the statement movement states speak.
Any objection? No. No objection, I'll get the witness up.
Judge, may I publish State 2 to the jury? Thank you, sir.
Is she going to comment on it?
I don't think so, Judge. I'll watch through it and then I'll ask if there's any questions or I'll questions.
Let's see.
Come to the location. We have an officer down? Yeah, officer down. He's shot.
Somebody's shot a coffee. Somebody shot a coffee to the ground.
We have rescue route.
Something to hold pressure. She got to get some to hold pressure, man.
Give me a towel! Give me a towel! Give me a towel!
He got my shirt. He got a shirt. He got a shirt. He got a shirt. They tell you to cover his face up. God damn. Oh, man.
Give me a towel. They're not here. Get rescue in here.
Get rescued here now. You're gonna be all right, buddy. Hang on. You're gonna be all right, bud. Hey, where's he at? Can you tell me anything?
Hang on, Jason.
Hang on, bud.
Hang on, bud.
Hang on. Hang on.
Hang on, bud. Who saw it?
Who saw it? Stay back. Oh, man. Advise on social, we have no suspect in front.
You get ready. I'm gonna turn mine off.
Yeah. Oh, boy. They're coming, man. Just hang on.
Hang on, man. Hang on. Come on,
Hang on,
Jason.
brother. Hang on.
Hang on, Jason. Hang on, buddy.
Hey,
Hang on, buddy.
hang on.
Hang on, buddy.
Got it.
Hang on, bud.
I'll be here.
Hang on.
Just hang on.
Just hang on.
Keep talking to me, man.
Wave me back in. Wave the
Get the
ambulance.
fucking ambulance. Get
Get
him
the
back
ambulance.
here.
Just get the ambulance. We're fine. Go get the ambulance.
Go.
Go.
You're gonna be alright. Go. Got AIDS. Yeah.
Shut up.
I'll do it. Where is he? What's he wearing? Can you tell me anything?
Who is it, Jason?
Can you tell me anything, brother? Was he in a car? Was he just standing?
Judge, it's gonna, because it stopped in this, I'm gonna find the spot and put it right there. Yes, sir.
Hang on.
Just hang on.
Just hang on. Hey. Come on, man.
Come on. Again. Just one. Just one? Just one. Just one. It's in his head.
It's in his head.
Okay. You're talking, buddy. You're talking. Where the fuck did it happen? Right here. We don't know.
Hang on, buddy. Hang on, buddy.
Where's he at? Move. Jason. Hey, I'm here, buddy. I'm here. Okay? I got you, buddy. Don't.
Hang on, Jay.
Where the fuck is evac?
Hang on, Jay. Hang on, Jason.
Try to give me everything you can. Jason, what happened? Who was it? Who did it? I don't know. Take this. Put this in your pocket now. Huh? Jason, who is it, buddy? Jason? It's okay, buddy.
He doesn't know. It's just one guy.
I got you, buddy. It's okay, buddy. Just relax. I got you. We got you. Jason, we got you. I got you, buddy. Okay? Give me a light. Wait. Wait, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, buddy? It's good. No, don't. No. You see how he shakes him? No. You got it? Hey, wait. Wait a minute. Yeah. Hey, talk to me, buddy.
Talk to us, Jay.
Jake. Hey.
It might.
Hey.
Stay tight, buddy.
What are we doing to your car? Grab his phone. Grab his phone.
It's in his car.
They activating this.
You put on the record the time in which the video stopped.
It stops at 6, it's June 23rd, 2021 at 20:58:59.
All rise, jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You ready for jury?
Yes, sir.
Let me know. Jury. All rising, jury. The jury is present, you may be seated.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach the witness?
May-
I'm going to approach and show you what is marked as State C for identification purposes. Can you take a look at those two photographs? What are those photographs of? Screenshots.
These are screenshots from my body camera. Depicts Officer Jason's duty.
We'll talk about it. Those screenshots. Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what's on your body camera?
Yes, it is.
Anything needs to be changed or altered up?
No.
This time, Judge, say we've been stated on 3. C, yes, 3.
Without objection,
May I publish the jury, Judge? Ma'am, can I have you step down? And if I can give you the pointer, don't forget to stand off to the side, talk really loud. If we're looking at 3A right now, can you point out specifically to talk about Officer Rayner's duty belt? Can you point out his gun and the strap, what you're talking about would have to occur?
Yes, as I was explaining earlier, two-point system. As you see, the strap is still above the top of the gun, which means it has not been disengaged yet. And then his collapsible baton is still behind it.
Is where the collapsible baton in the appropriate location? Where it would be located?
Yes, it's where you are, yes.
And the strap and the way the gun is situated there, that means that it wasn't disengaged. There was no effort to try and take the gun out. Is that correct?
No, sir.
And the taser we can't see in this photo. Is it usually on the other side?
Yes, it should be right behind his left hand. Left hand on the other side of section 9.
Okay, and I'm showing you now what is 3B. It's even a better close-up of the firearm, of this firearm. And is this the strap we're talking about still engaged?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the location of where the baton is?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Sit down. Thank you. Yeah. Judge, if I may publish this second portion of the body camera, it's just a small portion of, for the. And Deputy, is this after the paramedics have arrived, where you were talking about earlier, receiving the gun bell, or we're locking it in the trunk?
Yes, sir. It's running, they're in it. It's running, they're in it. I don't think it's a spare car.
Pop it or unlock it. Let's turn it off. Sorry.
Lock down and off so we can get back and get out of here, right?
Your key is yours.
Were you given responsibility to keep custody of the gun vault until you turned it over to evidence custodian or the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was.
Did you take custody and lock that in the trunk and hold on to that until you did?
Yes, I did.
Did you change or alter anything about it?
No, I did not.
Yeah, moment, Joe.
yes.
The location where this occurred and where Officer Rainer was located when you arrived. Is that in Volusia County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And Daytona Beach is located in Volusia County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
No further questions. Good.
I was thinking any cross-examination.
Terry, do you need the screen or you want us to move it? Okay. Yes, sir.
Morning. How long have you known Jason Rand?
I've known him the entire 2.5 years I was there in the shop.
And would you say I saw your relationship as friends?
Shift mates, friends, yes.
Alright. As far as the conversation you had with Jason Rayner about the signal 10, I mean, you already testified to it. Originally, you stated that that conversation took place at a trespass call where you came to search the person that was arrested, right?
Yes, I did.
Alright. And at some point, did you find out that that never happened at that location?
I had time to reflect on my answer. I knew that the conversation had happened. However, it being over 2 years ago now, switching agencies, I knew the conversation happened. I was just mistaken on when. I just know it happened between 6 p.m. and before the incident.
At the time that you stated it happened at the trespass incident, you were very certain that that's where it took place, though, weren't you?
I was, but again, this is traumatic. It's been some time now.
And so that would have been totally wrong. You didn't hear it then. But you don't know when you heard it.
I know I heard it between coming on shift and before the incident.
You don't know how you heard it, do you? You don't know if he told you in person or if he told you over the phone. You think that's what you testified to?
Yes. We communicated all day by phone and in person. So it wasn't like we had one conversation that day. We have multiple all day long.
And today you testified with rather certainty that, he told me about the LPR and he was going to go look for this car and he was going to find it. You were very certain about the words that he used, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. But back when you took your deposition, you weren't quite so certain, were you?
I don't understand the question.
Well, today you're like, he told me X, he told me Y, he told me Z, and I know that's why he went to that location, because that's what he was looking for, that's what he told me. But previously, you haven't testified as to that, have you? You show your deposition.
What page you went on?
I'm going to, June 12th, page 14.
Yeah.
And if you could read, 2023, I'm sorry. June 12th, 2023, page 14. And I want you to read from line 7, read this to yourself, line 7 to the end of line 14. Read that to yourself. I'm sorry, line 12 to line 14.
Yes, sir.
Right. And on that day, you said, and you were under oath that day, right?
Yes, sir.
So to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
And on that day, you said he had said, I can't tell the exact words, he just said, I'm gonna go look for something to do. I think there's a signal 10, a fresh signal 10 out. Is that what you said on that day?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay. But today, you're like, he told me there was an LPR, it hit in this area, I'm gonna go find it. How come your memory's so much better now?
I've had time to reflect on that day to prepare for this trial. Like I said, it was traumatic. This is the first time going over it.
At the deposition, that was the first time you've gone over it.
Yes.
You didn't review anything before you got the
So I changed agencies, and I did not have access to my body cam or anything else prior to that. I have not been at Daytona Beach in a year and a half.
Now, after you did the pat down or the search of the female at the press chest in your inn, you then stayed there to have your lunch, I guess?
Yes, well, attempted to, yes.
You were there with Officer Erlandson?
Erlandson, yes.
And then at some time, you hear the call from Jason Rayner come over the radio and there's no response.
Yes.
Now, I know that you said it's typical to go into different zones, but wouldn't it be best practice to, you're going into a different zone, leaving your zone to let somebody know that you're doing that?
It's not always practical. I mean, you'd be on the radio 24/7 telling everybody what street you're on. You have GPS, multiple.
But wouldn't you want somebody to know you're not in your area taking care of business in your zone?
That's not normally communicated.
All right. And as you're driving up to the scene when you take off to go to 133 Kingston, you can't see down into the parking lot of that apartment complex due to that big yellow Penske truck, right?
Are you talking about?
You missed the driveway because of that Penske truck. You had to go up and do a U-turn, right?
Yeah, I missed where his patrol car was because it was behind that truck.
So you couldn't see down in there because of that truck.
Yes.
Okay. So you go up, you have to do a U-turn, you come back down, and then you get out and you run down. Right? Now, if Jason Rayner had thought that he needed, if you were looking for a signal 10, which is a stolen vehicle, and that is a high-level crime, would you say?
Yes.
Wouldn't you radio in before you made contact with the individual that was sitting in the vehicle?
Not until I can confirm it.
So you'll go up and make contact with a possible felon before you let anybody know that you are putting yourself in a dangerous situation?
Every day. It happens every day. We don't know who we're getting out with or talking to.
But at this point, you're saying that he knew it was a stolen vehicle?
Could not be confirmed. So the car was backed in. You couldn't check the license plate to confirm it. So until it's confirmed, you don't know what you have.
Well, the vehicle that was in the email was a CRV, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, I thought it had. Okay, so there was a CRV. The one on the Bolo was a CRV, right?
It was a gray Honda SUV, yes.
And the one that was in the parking lot ended up being the HRV, correct?
A gray Honda SUV.
Different models, correct? Different shapes, correct?
Different model, yes. Same color, same make.
Different models. Okay, so he pulls down in, he gets out, doesn't radio anybody, you don't hear any radio from him, and he makes contact without letting anybody know what's going on, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then when he ends up, the incident happens, and then you take off to get to the scene. Now, when you arrive on scene, Erlandson is sitting there to meet you, and he's asking questions about what's going on, what happened, who is it, right?
Yes.
I think you maybe even asked a couple questions about what did you see? Who was it, right?
Yes.
Erlinson at one point says, what kind of car was it, doesn't it? It was just on video.
I think so, yes.
Okay. You didn't think at that point to say, wow, maybe it's that gray Honda CRV that he was going to look for that he just told me about. You didn't think to say that?
No, because my friend's eye was hanging out of his head. I was concerned for his health and wellness.
You weren't concerned about finding the person who did it?
I had one task at hand, and that was taking care of him at the particular moment in time.
Okay, so later on, when the detectives arrive and Jason Rayner is no longer on the scene and things have calmed down a little, do you go up and say, hey, he was looking for that Honda CRV, that gray Honda CRV. Did you tell anybody that?
No, I was instructed to return to the station with the rest of my shift and wait to be briefed by the supervisors. I did not have any involvement with the detectives.
So because you're instructed to go back, you can't take 2 seconds to say, he told me he was looking for this gray Honda CRV. Let's look for that. You can't say that?
I didn't talk to them. I was instructed to go back.
You didn't relay that information to anybody, did you?
No, I did not. I wasn't part of the investigation afterwards.
Do you think that that could have been some vital information in the initial minutes when this first happened?
If that's what I was focusing on, then yes, but it was not what I was focusing on.
Okay, well then later on, you never wrote a report here, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. So later on, when they're trying to find the person that's involved in this, do you ever say, after you've had time to reflect, hey, they were looking, he was going to look for this Honda CRV?
I took time of leave. So since that incident, I was not at work for a month and a half.
So the answer is you never told anybody ever about this, did you?
I did not. No.
And the first time it ever came up was on June 12th of 2023. That's the first time you stated ever to anybody about him going to look for this car.
Yes, that's the only time I stated it. However, that night, that vehicle was located afterwards.
Your Honor, at this time, I hate to do it because we just took a break, but we wanted to authenticate something right now through Deputy Dickens so that we didn't have to call her back. We're just going to show it to her on our computer. It's her body-worn camera from previously.
What's your ask?
Well, I didn't know. Understand about that. The body-worn camera from previously. Oh, so we don't. Deputy Dickens, on the video, do you recognize who from the 15 that you were on so that is what we recognize. So if this was taken from the body-worn camera that we used, it was just a mistake of the attorney after if she was placed at that stop.
What time is that, Mr.?
That's at 8:15:43. I think I'm not supposed to.
What you showed her is not an ID.
Not yet, no. Well, we'll ID it. We're just authenticating it, but I can ID it.
What is it?
It's the body-worn camera.
Hers?
Yes. The body-worn camera from the staff
Is this on a CD somewhere where we can actually be authenticated or?
We have it on a zip drive.
Can we put that marked in as
Is
whatever?
that the only thing that's on here?
All right, so it'd be, the time should be 2015-0043. That's correct?
2015-4.
Well, that's not right. Okay, it's just 2015. All right. Yes, thank you. Anything else? The defense, anything?
No, I said,
Okay, the state, Ms. Ray.
Real briefly, Judge. After this incident, up till the moment when you gave your deposition, did anyone tell you what to say in reference to a stolen vehicle?
No,
Did anyone tell you, hey, come in here, say that Officer Rayner said this?
no,
Did you even have any communication with anyone really about the case?
no, I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else? Will you witness the excuse?
Yes, sir.
Or Mr. Rico?
Yes, sir.
Excuse.
Yes, sir. She's excused from the stand.
Excuse.
excuse me,
Okay, you, please return to the.
subject to recall.
Oh, subject to recall. Okay, you need to keep in contact with the attorneys, okay?
Okay.
You're still on this meeting. Okay, please call your next witness.
State call Timothy Jackson.
It's a little bit warm in here. I just found out there's been AC off in the weekend. And the AC may be a little bit overtaxed. Your Honor. You may proceed to witness that this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your entire name and spell it before seated in front of you, please?
Officer Timothy Jackson, Timothy, last name Jackson.
Goodness has spoken. Do you mind?
Sir.
You speaking up a little bit against it.
Sir, where are you employed?
Daytona Beach Police Department.
And what do you do for Daytona Beach Police Department?
I'm a canine officer.
How long have you been with the Daytona Beach Police Department, sir?
Almost 10 years full time.
Any prior law enforcement experience before you got to Daytona Beach?
No, sir.
Any military experience?
No, sir.
Could you just briefly tell the jury about your experience as a law enforcement officer over those 10 years, what different positions you had in the agency?
Patrol, bicycle unit, and canine unit.
You said you're presently assigned to the P9 unit?
Yes, sir.
Was that your assignment back in June of 2021?
Yes.
Did you work with Officer Rayner?
Yes.
And were you working the night of June 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
What hours were you working that night?
My shift is 8 p.m. to 5 a.m.
assigned to a particular portion of the city?
No, sir.
Is that because you're a K-9 officer?
Yes, sir. We're citywide.
Okay, so you could be needed anywhere with that K-9.
Yes, sir.
All right. Prior to Officer Rayner being shot that evening, did you see him?
No, sir.
Where were you before you responded after you got the call to go to 133
I was on Beachside,
Beachside? But how far from 133 Kingston is that?
a couple miles.
I should ask, or did you respond to 133 Kingston that night?
Yes, sir.
How long do you think it took you to drive over there from Beachside?
Less than 5 minutes.
Are you familiar with this apartment complex at 133 Kingston Avenue, Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir.
Can you just describe the building to the jury generally?
It's a 2-story multi-apartment complex building.
And where's the parking for that apartment complex?
There's parking in the rear.
The parking lot behind the complex?
Yes, sir.
And are you able to see that parking lot or into that parking lot from the roadway?
No, sir. Just the access point.
No, sir.
No, sir.
In Kingston Ave, what direction does that road run?
Runs east and west.
West? Are there entrances to go back to that lot on both the east and west side of the building?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
When you arrived at 133 Kingston, were you able to find Officer Rayner?
Yes, I was.
And where was he?
In the back of the parking lot against the fence line.
Where was the vehicle?
On the east side of the parking lot.
Can you describe your observations of Officer Rayner when you arrived found behind the building?
Officer Rayner was on the ground with a severe head injury.
Was he conscious?
Yes, sir.
Were you the first officer there, or the other ones already got by the time you arrived?
Other officers were already on scene.
Did you make efforts to assist those officers medically with Officer Rayner?
Yes, sir.
And were you present when the actual medical personnel arrived in the EMS?
Yes.
Were you able to see Officer Rayner's duty belt when you were attending to him or assisting with him medically?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see his firearm? Were you able to see his taser?
Yes.
Were these items in or not in his duty belt?
And the duty belt.
What kind of items do you have on a duty belt?
Taser, gun, magazines, handcuffs, OC spray, radio.
Does the duty belt have a holster for the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Does it have a holster for the taser?
Yes.
Were both those items holstered when you saw Officer Rayner's duty belt?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? So I'm showing you just by identification 2 photographs from State's Exhibit T. Were you the officer that actually collected Jason Rayner's duty belt and took it from this person?
Yes, I was.
What did you do with that duty belt?
I took the duty belt and placed it in the trunk of his patrol car.
And was that patrol car locked as you placed the duty belt in that?
Yes, I had handed the keys off to another officer afterwards.
Was that Officer Davis?
I don't remember exactly.
I'm showing you the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th photograph of State's composite T. Just look at those 3 photographs, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Standard issue duty belt.
Is that Officer Rayner's duty belt in the back of the patrol car after you placed it there?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially similar condition as when you placed it there?
Yes.
Did you also remove anything from Officer Rayner's person?
Is a body camera
Where was he wearing his body cam?
on the center of his shirt right here.
So it was attached to the center of his uniform?
Yes, sir.
Is that a typical spot for officers? to wear-
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me finish asking. Is that a typical spot where officers wear their body cam?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you end up giving that to another officer from your agency?
Yes.
After the medical personnel arrived, after you collected the duty belt, after you had taken Officer Rainer's body cam, what did you do next?
I deployed my canine partner in the yard to the west to attempt to locate any possible evidence.
So you canine, so you deployed your canine
Yes, sir.
in an attempt to locate any witnesses, suspects, that type of thing?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any luck when you deployed the canine?
Yes, sir.
And after that night, did you have any further involvement in the case in terms of interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, or locating Othal Wallace?
No, sir.
That one, Your Honor. Sir. Thank you, sir. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor. Defense, do you need the photographs?
Morning, sir.
Morning.
So you don't have any specific testimony about the reason for Jason Rainer's contact with Mr. Wallace that we viewed?
No, sir.
And we've heard a lot of discussion about this stolen vehicle that was BOLA to all the agency members that evening.
Yes, sir.
Okay. To the extent that Mr. Rainer was going back and looking for the stolen vehicle, he would have been wrong that Mr. Wallace's vehicle was the stolen vehicle. Do you agree with that?
I'm not Officer Rainer. I wasn't there when he was making contact with anybody.
Othal Wallace's vehicle that he was encountered in was not the vehicle that was subject to be on the lookout.
Later determined, yes.
So at the moment in time, if Rainer was following up on that, he would have been incorrect that Mr. Wallace's vehicle was the BOLA vehicle.
Sir, I wasn't there with Officer Rainer to determine exactly how the vehicle looked, besides the color and make.
Well, I don't understand how two things can be true. It either is the vehicle or it isn't the vehicle. So was Mr. Wallace's vehicle the BOLA vehicle?
No, sir.
In fact, you participated in some contact with that vehicle that night, correct?
Later that night, yes, sir.
And if it's a stolen vehicle, that's what we would call a high-risk vehicle.
Yes.
And that is different than, that's treated differently than, say, an officer just going up and conducting a consent form encounter, right?
Yes.
When we're dealing with a consent form encounter, that's by its name one that the citizen can terminate at any time.
I don't object to asking the officer about a legal definition and legal conclusion.
The way that you approach a high-risk vehicle, like a stolen vehicle, would be with guns drawn.
A confirmed stolen vehicle, yes, sir.
It would be with multiple officers.
For a stolen vehicle, yes, sir.
It would also include, if possible, some radio dispatch informing dispatch and all units about the activity that was about to occur.
Yes.
And one of the things that you're always conscious about when you're a law enforcement officer is obviously your own officer safety, right?
Yes, sir.
Other officer safety as well, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that approaching a high-risk vehicle without informing any of the fellow dispatch or any of the fellow officers would not be the best practice.
It would not.
Okay. If you had a suspicion that a vehicle that you were about to approach would be a high-risk vehicle, the best practice would be to inform dispatch about your attempted contact.
If feasible, yes, sir.
Okay. And have you watched the video of this encounter in this case?
Only it was on the news.
And you've driven on Kingston Avenue in connection with your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the vantage point that one would have from Kingston Avenue does not allow you to see behind into the parking lot where the shooting occurred?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't write a report in this case?
No, sir.
Did you take the pictures of the duty belt?
No, sir.
Who took the pictures of the duty belt?
I do not recall, sir.
I'm going to show you. Yes. Are those photographs consistent with your recollection of the duty belt as it appeared on the night of June 23rd?
It is.
Would you agree with me that there's not a clear depiction of the taser in there?
Correct.
So we don't have any photographic evidence of the taser that was engaged, allowing the officer to remove the taser.
From the photographs, no.
And since you didn't write a report, you don't have any contemporaneous observation that you would have put in a report about the status of the taser, correct?
Correct.
And the existence of the duty belt, as in these pictures, offers nothing in terms of dispelling any suspicion that Rayner perhaps went for his duty belt.
Objection, speculation.
If you can answer the question, you may answer the question. I'll overrule it for now.
Okay, can you ask it one more time?
Sure, I mean, the photograph is going to tell you whether or not Jason Rayner went for his duty belt.
Judge, that item is not in evidence yet. That's not show the jury. I understand, Judge. I just don't want the jury seeing an item that's not in evidence.
I mean, we stipulate that these come in.
Just charge a composite exhibit.
So the photographs of how this duty belt exists don't offer anything as to whether Jason Rayner went for his duty belt.
Correct.
You removed the body-worn camera, the actual camera that's affixed,
Yes, sir.
and just like everything in law enforcement, there's policies that govern your use of a body-worn camera.
Yes.
A general policy would be that it's engaged when practical when you're dealing with members of the public.
Correct.
And the idea is when you press your body-worn camera, it actually goes back 30 seconds, right?
Correct.
So the policy is to leave that particular function enabled.
Correct.
And that's because you might want to capture and present later on what the officer observing that results in him engaging his camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with any combination of button pressing or function that would enable a body-worn camera to not include the 30-second look back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that?
Sleep mode.
Okay. And what are you familiar with a policy that allows officers to put their body-worn camera in sleep mode?
Not exact definition, though.
Okay. What, just to the best of your understanding, what would that policy be?
That we have to keep it on and ready at all times.
Okay. And so sleep mode would be, I have to use the bathroom or something like that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with whether Jason Rayner's 30-second look back was disabled on the night of June 23rd, 2021?
Sir, I have no idea on that.
No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, you said, so when you're talking about stolen vehicles with the defense, you said a confirmed stolen vehicle. Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
How would you confirm a vehicle is stolen?
Either by the VIN, by the windshield, or the tag on the rear of the vehicle.
So you'd have to actually get a good look at the tag or the VIN of that vehicle to actually check it off and make sure it is in fact be on the lookout vehicle or stolen vehicle.
Correct.
Until then, you don't go in with guns drawn, do you?
No, sir.
At one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any recross?
You talked before about your participation in the contact with the actual bullet vehicle that you used?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that response included several law enforcement officers?
Yes. Beyond the scope of the arrest.
Nothing for Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Anybody wish to be excused, subject to recall?
From the state, you can be excused.
Completely excused or subject to recall?
Completely excused.
That's your manner.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, let's take about final break. All rise, the jury. Where did you get your witness inside? She's right here?
Yes. We can put her on the stand if you want to.
Who else was from out there? All rise, the jury. The jury is present. You may be seated.
Officer Ariel Sizemore.
Sorry, my bad.
Sizemore.
The record for witness has been sworn. Witness seated, Your Honor. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. If you please speak into that microphone so everybody can hear. Would you please introduce yourself to the folks in the courtroom?
My name is Ariel Sizemore.
And where are you employed, Ms. Sizemore?
I work with the Daytona Beach Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a full-time patrol officer. Yes.
Working patrol?
Yes, sir.
When did you start?
In 2019?
Did you work for any prior law enforcement agencies?
No, sir.
When you worked on June 23rd, 2021, when Officer Randy was shot,
I was.
what was your shift?
We work Charlie shift, Charlie East,
Okay.
and I work 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
You may soft-spoken. You can project this a little more.
Okay.
So you work Charlie and then what else?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Did you know Officer Randy?
I did.
And how did you know? Describe that for us.
Through work, and then just a coworker friendship.
Were y'all on the same shift?
Yes, sir.
And were you working the same area basically?
So I worked on A1A, and he worked on Ridgewood.
Okay, so A1A's east, or is that correct?
Yes, we're separated by the river.
The river, which would be the intercoastal waterway, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are all these zones within the city limits of Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir.
What's the proximity? How close your area, Officer Rangers?
Pretty much directly across the bridge.
The bridge spanning the intercoastal?
Yeah, the International Speedway Bridge.
Are people, or do you typically, are you restricted only to your zone? Or can you move within zones?
You're free to move and roam, but if a call for service comes out in your zone, you're primarily responsible for it.
You're expected to be there and take care of it.
Yes, sir.
But you are allowed to leave that zone.
Yes, sir.
To assist other officers
Yes, sir. Either on either side of the river.
and also to do patrol.
Yes.
Did you see Officer Rayner the night before he was shot? That night, did you see him?
I did.
Where did you see him?
We met at the beachside precinct to have a short briefing, and we talked just for a little bit.
Do you remember what y'all talked about?
Just in passing, he had just came back from a vacation, so
Okay. Nothing that you can recall.
no.
Let's talk a little bit about a bolo or be on the lookout. Do you recall receiving a bolo for a stolen vehicle that evening?
I do.
A gray Honda?
Yes.
Was this bolo, did it indicate whether or not the car had been sighted in the area?
I don't recall that exactly. I do recall the bolo itself, but I don't recall the exact details.
Okay. Are bolos useful for you?
They are.
How so?
They alert us to different people or vehicles that could be involved in any type of crimes, missing people, things like that. It helps us do our job.
So it's part of your job to review those bolos when they come in?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about as you're patrolling. At some time during the evening of June 23rd, 2021, did you hear something that caused you concern involving Officer Ray?
I did.
What was it?
I heard him begin to say his call sign over the radio, and before he could finish, it cut off.
Now, if an officer's away from the car, like if you get out of your car to talk to somebody, do you have the ability to use the radio?
Yes, so we have portable radios that are carried on our belt, and then it has a hand mic up on our shoulder so that we can speak to other officers.
So the hand mic, how do you engage and how do you transmit?
So if I were to key up, which is what it's called when we press the button, I would press and hold the button on the side, say whatever I needed, and then let go.
So you have to use your hand and press it and hold it down in order to transmit. Is that right?
Yes.
What happens if you push it and then you don't hold it down? Will you be able to transmit?
Normally you won't come across, it might just come across as a click.
So you knew it was him because of his call sign and what his number was?
Yes, sir.
So after you heard him call into headquarters, what happened next? Do you remember?
I remember it caught my attention because it sounded like he was rushed, that he didn't fully finish what a normal call out would be for us, which is where we would say our call sign, such as 3 Charlie 55 2 Central. He never finished the 2 Central part, which is how we let people on the radio know who we're addressing. So he never got to that part, which to me indicated that he either got cut off or he had to do something at that immediate time that took him away from being able to key up.
So it's cause for concern when somebody keys up, but then they're called back and they don't respond, but that's leading. So did Officer Rayner respond? Did anybody try to reach him after he had this interrupted call?
The dispatcher keyed up for him multiple times. I believe our supervisor keyed up for him multiple times. And during that period is when all of us started heading to him because it is very unusual to not answer your radio.
Are you supposed to answer the call when dispatch or your fellow officers call you?
Yes.
And that didn't happen?
It did not happen.
So, you hear a call, you hear Officer Rayner starting to make a call that you believe somehow got interrupted and then he won't call back, he won't answer. So what did you do at that point?
I immediately started heading to the location that our sergeant notified that he was at. There was some checking of some technology which let us know where he was. They put that out over the radio, and we all went straight there.
So you didn't know exactly where Officer Rayner was when he started the call and got interrupted?
No, sir, I didn't know.
So, do you remember where you were directed to go to see about Jason Rayner, Officer Jason?
Yes, I believe the exact address was 133 Kingston, but to us it just said the rear parking lot of, the second building on Kingston. So.
Are you familiar with that particular area?
I am.
Tell me about that. Have you responded there before?
I have.
For what purposes? What types of calls?
I've responded for drug overdoses, domestic disturbances, narcotics complaints, which is where citizens or residents of the area call in regarding narcotics activity going on. And specifically at that time, we had been responding to multiple weapons complaints, which can range from a resident or a citizen calling in about sighting or seeing someone with a firearm to an actual shooting, which we had responded to all of those in that location recently.
So, did you and your fellow officers consider this area a high crime area?
Yes.
Would you get multiple calls per shift?
Especially in the time leading up to this incident. I don't know if it was just a chance, but I don't know if there were new residents there, but a lot of the residents there actually were people that were calling us to have us come check out the criminal activity that was going on.
Yeah. As a law enforcement officer, what would you say is, what's your overarching primary duty and responsibility?
To protect life and then subsequently property.
And why go into a high crime area? What are you trying to do?
To try to make it not a high crime area, to make it a safer place for the residents in the area, especially when the residents of that area are the ones calling in telling us, hey, there's a problem here. We want police presence. We want this to not be a problem anymore.
And would you consider that to be an important part of your duties and responsibilities as a police officer?
Yes.
Also, would you consider it good police practice to engage in this type of activity with the community?
Yes, we want people to feel safe in their neighborhood.
So did you go to the Kingston location that night after you had heard that Officer Rayner wanted this one?
I did.
And before you got there, did you have any idea what you were going to find?
There were some officers who arrived on scene prior to I arrived, and they did let us know that we had an officer down.
Did you see Officer Jason Rayner there?
I did.
Where was he?
In the rear parking lot.
Did you try to help him in any way?
I did.
What did you do?
The paramedics were struggling to get him onto the stretcher because he couldn't assist. And because they were struggling, I jumped in and used his belt and his shirt to help lift him onto the stretcher.
Were you able to see the gun belt?
I could.
Was it intact?
It was.
Gun in the holster and secure?
It was.
Did you come into contact with any residents of it?
In passing, I did, yes.
Did you happen to see a female with a bat?
I did.
Talk about that for a second. What was going on?
So when I arrived to the rear of the parking lot, obviously there was a lot of activity going on, people walking everywhere, both police and residents trying to all figure out what happened. And while I was in the rear parking lot, I noticed there's 2 apartment buildings right next door to each other, and there's parking lots and grassy areas behind both. While I was in the parking lot where this incident happened, I looked over and there was a female who I found out was a resident of the next apartment complex. She was walking around the rear grassy area of the next parking lot, which is, it'd be like the distance from here to the back of the room. And she was walking around with a bat in her hand. And I asked her, I was like, ma'am, what are you doing? You can't be out here. She said, well, I'm trying to find whoever did that or something similar to those.
Did you tell her?
I did tell her it'd be best for her to go inside because with all the commotion, if someone sees a female swinging a bat around in the grass, I don't want anything to happen to her or anything like that.
Were you aware if somebody helped a resident or somebody in the area with providing like a shirt or a towel?
Yes, so as I was leaving, there was a large group of residents on the stairwell, and they were saying, what happened? Is the officer okay? Is he okay? How's he doing? And I just told them, I said, he's injured. If you guys don't have any involvement, I need you to go inside. And one of the males was just saying, how's that officer? I'm the one who gave my t-shirt to stop the bleeding on his head.
At some point, did you take possession of Officer Rayner's body-worn camera?
I did.
Last summer is now.
You remember who you got it from?
Sergeant Sirs.
A Daytona Beach police officer last summer. Accused of killing a
Yes.
Accused of killing a Daytona Beach police officer last. Accused of killing a Daytona Beach police officer last summer is now set to go on trial in April.
Would you have a step out and do this?
Accused of killing is now set to go on trial in April of next year.
Othal Wallace is in court. It won't happen again. Steve.
Sorry for the interruption. Sergeant Sears?
Sirs, yes.
Sirs. Was that your supervisor that night?
Yes.
And Jason's supervisor as well?
Yes.
What'd you do with it, that body-worn camera?
I kept it in my hand. I walked to my car. I went straight to the beachside precinct where we operated as beachside officers. I walked upstairs to our Axon docking room, which is basically just a little closet that has docking stations, kind of how you would dock an iPhone or an Android, whatever phone you have, plugging it up. There's stations. I took his camera, I connected it to one of the stations, which then allowed the camera to both be charged and upload any video, audio, anything that's on that camera to evidence.com, which is what stores all of our videos.
And you were doing that to try and see if the body cam had captured what happened?
Yeah, we didn't know if there would even be anything on it, so we needed to see.
Did you, at that point, when you docked it, did you see the content of the video?
Once it was uploaded, the sergeant logged on to the website where they can access it, and that's when they sent out the video.
So that's Sergeant Sears?
Yes, sir. Sirs.
And you took the body-worn camera directly from the scene to the beachside headquarters?
Yes, I did not stop.
And docked it immediately?
Yes.
You have this.
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe the state or the defense doesn't have an objection. This has been marked as States D for identification purposes. we would ask to be entered. I think it might be number 4. Number 4 is the body worn camera of Jason Rayner.
Any objection? No objection. Without objection, then accept.
Just one more moment. I'll tender the witness, Judge.
Okay. Any cross-examination?
Good morning.
So you knew Deputy, Officer Rayner through Daytona Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And you were with him at the briefing that evening?
Yeah, very briefly.
Did you talk to him at all?
Just in passing about his vacation.
You never said anything about going to look for a signal 10 stolen car today?
We didn't speak about anything work-related at that time.
But you never said anything about that, did you?
No.
All right, and then you went back to your zone and he took off to his zone, which would have been across the bridge, across the river.
Yes.
And you said that 133 Kingston Ave is a dangerous area?
It can be. It was identified as a high crime area.
And you said that you had overdoses there, right?
Yes.
That had to do with Mr. Wallace, right?
I am not familiar with him at all.
So you had domestic violence incidents there, correct?
Yes.
And that had to do with Mr. Wallace, did it?
Not to my knowledge that I personally responded to.
You had narcotics incidents there, didn't you?
Yes.
And they had to do with Mr. Wallace, did it?
Not that I responded to.
You had weapons incidents there, correct?
Yes.
And that had to do with Mr. Wallace?
Not that I responded to.
You had shootings there as well?
Yes.
And none of that had to do with Mr. Wallace?
Not that I responded to.
Now that's a high crime area. Wouldn't you, if you were going into that high crime area and you were going to make contact with a possible stolen vehicle, would you radio in to let people know what you were doing?
Every person is different. It's general practice too, but again, there's certain situations where it might not be something that's feasible or the best option at that time.
But it's reasonable, and it should, you think it's reasonable for somebody to do that once they go into a high crime area and they're going to make contact with a possible stolen vehicle.
Every officer is different. I can't speak for every person.
Is it reasonable for you to do that?
Depending on the situation. Every situation we respond to is completely different.
And you stated that, well, let me back up. You said that you knew Officer Rayner. What kind of officer was he?
He was very knowledgeable. He was the person on the shift that if you had questions about traffic citations, traffic crashes, narcotics, anything like that, he was just kind of a general expert when it came to statutes, ordinances, things like that.
You'd also, would you classify him as being a very proactive officer?
He was very oriented in responding to complaints that we got, yes.
You say he's very proactive then?
Objection as to the answer.
Was he very proactive?
If you want to use the word proactive, he did more than what was required of him, yes.
And then, what you did is you took the axon and then took it to the precinct and then had it down.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any knowledge as to what Jason Rayner was doing behind 133 Kingston Ave?
We had been told by our superiors.
Do you have any knowledge, personal knowledge, of why he was there?
We had been told by our superiors to be in that area due to the high crime that had been occurring. So that's more than likely why he was there, but I'm not in his head. I don't know what he was thinking, what he saw, what he was doing, but we had been told to be in that area as a presence.
That was not his zone, right?
He was 77, so he was a roaming car. He technically was not assigned to any specific area. He could go pretty much anywhere that he wanted to.
So by him going to that high crime area and looking around, that would be him being proactive and trying to stop crime.
In responding to the complaints we received, yes.
Hang on for a second. Officer Sizemore, were you aware of any specific dispatch for a offender to go to that area?
To my knowledge, I don't remember a specific call.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Defense? Yes. Okay, any ready to speak? It's 5 to noon, we'll take our lunch break at this time. I want to remind you not to discuss the case with anyone, not to do any research on your own, not to share information about the case or the case on one. That is just one night. I will return at 1:30. All rise and jury. While the jury's out, we're going to have the city come over. So voting judge? The podium judge? Your device interrupted the proceedings. I need to know what device it is and why it's in
I am reporting for the organization PLAP, and it went off because I was trying to let the young lady pass me and my leg hit the play button.
Are you a member of the media?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what's your organization again?
I'm representing PLAP here today.
Okay, I have a specific order. Who's allowed in the courtroom as members of the media with equipment. It allows one camera and one still photograph photographer, which I think is a news journal, and there's a full agreement with the cameras. Why is your computer needed to be connected to these things inside the courtroom? Why can't it connect outside of the courtroom?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question. Why can't it connect outside the courtroom?
Yeah, why do you have to have it in the courtroom on?
Because I am streaming live from the camera that's in the back of the room.
Okay, the order specifically says that the streaming is done from outside of the courtroom, not from within the courtroom. So you'll have to tap into their system. We have a full agreement. I don't know who's in charge. They'll tell you where you can connect outside of the courtroom to the live stream, whatever they're providing. It's also being provided live stream on YouTube. So you have access to both of those things. I do not want your equipment in the courtroom. Okay?
That's fine.
Thank you. We'll be recess until 1:30. Oh, can you give her a copy of the order, please?
Excuse me, Judge. I have a question regarding that video link. Where can we find that video link for the stream?
Circuit7.org. Under Judges, look for my name, Raul Zambrano, and it says live stream.
Thank you so much.
Providing this the link. All right, we'll be in recess until 1:30.
Indicating they received this?
I was able to find one officer, at least one officer that responded back to ask what Frenchies were.
So the indication there was that officer received it and then responded.
Responded back within a minute or two.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you. Well, let's talk about the method of once you go into Microsoft Purview.
Mm-hmm.
How do you export the data of the emails so that it's usable where you can read it?
So once the software has completed the search, it allows me to download the emails in what's called a .pst format.
And for the jurors, a PSP format, is that something that you can download into your Outlook and open up?
Yes, you have to open it up in Outlook. I can't just click on it and open it from my computer.
Question, you can describe, I'm sure most of the jurors are aware of what Outlook is, but can you just tell us just what Outlook is?
So for the city of Daytona Beach, they use the Microsoft Outlook email service. So each one of us have an email account, and we use Microsoft Outlook to open our emails that come through the account, through the Exchange system.
Now, I'm just going to show you, for demonstrative purposes, looking at a email. Is this what Officer Drayer email would look like when you opened it up in the Outlook?
When I provided it, yes, to the officers.
Correct. And then, so specifically,
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
No, this is PST file. Yeah, there's this one. So, and I can certainly have a note of one
Here you go, Your Honor. Okay. And so you basically have a discovery line.
Yes.
What is on the screen right now?
I'm trying to get in a position where I can see you, Your Honor. Yeah, we've never received a copy of this. It shows that basically I just downloaded it because an email from Jason Raymond's email account and said handles and issue and crime center, but we've never received it.
Judge, this is just what Ms. LaMagna utilized to provide us the documents we sent to everybody. Instead of having stepping down and taking 20 minutes in court to generate the file to show them where it is on there, we just had it ready to go. If the court wants us to, we can have her walk through the whole process. She can show how she would go through them.
So you never produce this item for.
Right, we're not putting this into evidence, we're just showing how she loaded it in there and look at it.
The other thing, Your Honor, is it looks like looking at his mailbox, he has only 2 items in his mailbox. So that's all we've seen is those 2 things.
And this is for Officer Rayner's mailbox?
Correct, and I can have this license you can open up. It's loaded in. No. You have to load it into your Outlook, so it's loaded in Outlook here on the screen. But what I was going to say is we can have her upload the whole thing. There's, I think, what would you say, 14 emails that day?
I believe I
Well, I guess I have to conduct the purchase hearing. Obviously, the information was not provided beforehand. What exactly are you trying to show? I'm not sure what exactly you're trying to prove that.
I'm just showing that when it was received by Officer Raymond, based on when she loaded it. That's it. I can ask her and just show you.
I think this kind of material stuff is very hard for what we're doing here. So, how does that prejudice the defense in any fashion?
Well,
I didn't know that the email was sent.
We knew the email was sent. And I knew that they said that it was there, but it looks like when you look at that, it's like, oh, there's 2 emails in the inbox, and we're going to try to explain that now. There's all these other emails, there's 2 emails, and then it's other, also, it's not even his box, it's Jason Lewis's box. And I understand you have to download it to Outlook, but it's not downloaded to Ms. LaMagna's box, so it just gives it an entity that he obviously saw.
Okay, I'll just have it. Yes, sir.
Hold on. Can you jump to one for just 1 second? How long is it going to take you to do what they want you to do?
Probably about 15
minutes?
15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
We had it
If
set
I
up where
can-
she could do it in here if she wanted to, but it took a long time practicing. If they want us to, we can.
I guess, have a seat. Well, go ahead and try to load up whatever it is you're going to load up.
I'm not going to load up anything else, Judge. I'll just have her explain what she did.
Oh, you're not going to put it up?
I won't even put it up, Judge.
As I say, even if she's able to open it up and show it from her computer or whatever computer, we never received it. So it doesn't matter what she's able to pull it from her computer now or his computer and show to us. We've never received it.
Well, she testified to this.
And she did a deposition here.
So I'm surprised that you guys are getting prejudiced by the fact that there's no image of it. She testified at the last hearing, and I know what she said at the last hearing.
Right, and
That she could see that it was in his box. She couldn't tell whether it was open or not. I think that's ultimate conclusion.
that's the ultimate conclusion.
So I'm surprised that you say you're somewhat prejudiced, but I recognize that. I think it was misleading if about 2 items in the box that probably had the same or denying this. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. So I think she was entitled to explain whatever she wants. If you're not going to put it up,
No, I'll just have her explain it, Judge.
then we're ready for the jury. All right, jury. Receive, Your Honor. Thank you.
May I approach, Judge? I'm going to show you what is in evidence in Case 5, which is the email about the license plate reader, the one from June 23rd, 2021. Have you had an opportunity to see what time that might have been received in Officer Rayner's email?
Yes.
Can you tell us what time that was, ma'am?
12:20 p.m.
Have you had an opportunity to look at Officer Rayner's email on the 23rd, the full, all the stuff, even including stuff that doesn't have anything to do with that you were searching for?
I did do a search where I just searched for the date and not for the specific tag number. Yes.
Did he have multiple emails in his email?
Yes.
Was there, and when I say multiple, are we talking more than 10?
Around 10 or 15.
Did you look at those other emails around the time window of his, when he received this one at 12:20, and to see if he received emails subsequently after?
Yes, I looked to see if he received emails subsequently after. And
Did
he-
he-
Speak up and
I'm sorry. Yes, I did see that he received emails after that.
And those were emails after. Was there also emails before that you received?
Yes.
And you can't tell based on your search still whether or not Officer Rader opened it. You can just tell us that it was received in his email.
Correct. I can only tell whether it was received. I can't tell if it was read or not.
Yes. Can we get the TV back?
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Useful officer.
So, all you can tell us is that there were 2 emails received by Jason Rayner, one on June 21st and June 23rd.
Correct.
And he went in through this whole elaborate process to pull that out, right?
Correct.
Would it be easier just to open up his email and look and see if those emails are there?
You would have to log in as Jason Rayner in order to go into his account outside of through the exchange system.
And then once you logged in to Jason Rayner's account, you'd be able to look and say, that was open, that wasn't open.
I can't make a comment on that. I don't
Well,
know.
when you open up an email, it shows it as being opened, right?
Correct.
So you'd assume that most email systems work that way.
I believe so,
But
yes.
instead of going and looking and see if he actually opened them, it's rather just relying on the fact that, well, he received it, so he has to know about it, right?
No, all I'm testifying to is that he received it. I'm not testifying to anything else.
You have no idea whether he opened it or
I'm not, do not.
not. Nothing else,
Just briefly, Judge. Ma'am, just so we're clear, you can't just go into Officer Rayner's email and enter his password. You actually have to do it the way you do it, right?
Yes, I have to go in through the back end. So like the exchange would be like a cable box, and the Outlook that we all use would be like your TVs. It's actually coming through the exchange.
Right, so when the defense says you can just log into Jason Rayner's email and look at that, you don't have access.
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Somebody else must have access to his computer, though, don't they?
That I don't know.
Thank you very much. Yes, can you speak?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are releasing this opinion. Thank you. Did you call witness?
He's calling Taisha, Your Honor.
Taisha Lewis.
They're going to get him.
That witness was not sworn.
No, sir. Yes.
Lewis, step out of here. So over here, face forward, raise your right hand before me. Just a little closer.
Take this right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the truth so help you God?
Good afternoon. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone, so you mind leaning forward a little bit so that everyone can hear what you have to say. You can speak.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. You gotta talk really loud, though.
Hi, how are you?
Good, ma'am. Can you tell us your name and spell your last name?
Yes, Taisha Lewis. Last name is Lewis.
And how do you spell your first name, too, ma'am?
Tyesha.
Ms. Lewis, do you know Othal Wallace?
Yes,
How do you know Othal Wallace?
he's my kid's father.
How long have you known him for?
About 7 or 8 years now.
Where were you living back on June 23rd, 2021?
On Kingston and Daytona Beach, Florida.
Do you know the address?
133 Kingston Avenue,
Was that an apartment there?
apartment number 8.
Who did you live there with?
Me and my kids.
Did Mr. Wallace sometimes stay there?
Yes.
Back then on June 23rd, 2021, were you working there?
I was.
Where were you working at?
I was a manager at McDonald's.
What was your normal shift?
I was the opening manager, so I would go in around 4 or 5, get off at 2 o'clock p.m.
That specific day, did you go into work?
Yes.
Got off right around 2:30?
Yes.
Was Othal Wallace also working at McDonald's?
Yes.
Do you know what shift he would work?
He was also opener, but he got off a little bit later than me, so I can't remember his exact schedule for that day, but
When you got off, what did you do that day?
my daughter was in gymnastics at the time, so we went home, showered, got her dressed for gymnastics, and we left to Port Orange.
Did you have contact, did you see Othal Wallace at work that day?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw him that day?
Yes.
Subsequent or after, when you left the gymnastics with your daughter and stuff, did you have any phone contact with Othal?
No, the only thing was he said that he was going to go see his daughter to bake some cupcakes or something, and that was the last time we talked.
Tell us what happened after gymnastics.
After gymnastics, we went home. She's sweaty, bathed again. I had a drink, and we went to bed.
There come a time where you got woken up in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Or not in the middle of the night, but in the evening, night hours?
Yes.
Can you describe what happened and what would get there?
I just heard a bunch of commotion. My apartment complex, the walls are very thin, so if someone walks by or if there even a car pulls in, normally I can hear it. So I just heard a bunch of commotion, a bunch of yelling, a bunch of running backwards and forth. I thought it was maybe a fight or something going on in the parking lot. So I went to the window just to see what was going on. Couldn't really see. I went outside, and that's when I realized what was going on.
What did you see going on outside there?
I just heard someone yelling, we need towels, we need towels. He's bleeding, we need towels. So I was like, well, I have a bunch of towels. Like, what's going on? You guys need towels. So I brought out a towel or two, and then I handed the towel to the person. It was a pedestrian, I'm guessing. And then I kind of like looked down, got scared, and ran back in my house.
Did you see any police out there at that time?
I saw a police car.
Did you stay in your house at that time?
Yes.
Did there come a time where an officer knocked on your door?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to that officer?
I don't remember what was said, no.
Okay. What kind of vehicle did Othal Wallace drive?
I don't remember what it's called, but it's an SUV.
Is it a Honda SUV?
I believe so.
Can you approach the witness? Yes. So I'm going to show you what is marked for identification purposes as AA. You take a look at these first several photographs. Does that appear to be car that Othal Wallace would be driving at that time?
Yes, the car looks a little bit different, I guess.
Okay. So the photograph of his picture is just the lighting is off, but this does look like a photograph.
Yes.
Do you know whose vehicle it was?
I'm not sure. I don't believe it was his. Probably someone else. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Somehow you can get it on camera.
We pulled it.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's right here.
Did it come loose?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. I see that. After the officer came to your door and you spoke to them, do you remember trying to call Othal Wallace to try and locate him?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge? I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as states. Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the vehicle that Othal Wallace drive?
Yes.
And obviously this is a screenshot from some device. You didn't take this photo, but this is the vehicle you drive.
Yes.
And can you tell by looking at the photograph, is that Othal Wallace in the photograph? Okay. Judge, this has a statement movement state speak.
No, sir.
Without objection, I did it a second.
And now I'm showing you what's in evidence of state 7. Is this Othal Wallace's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And the person sitting in the driver's seat, that's Othal Wallace?
Yes.
Does this look like it's in the parking lot where you live in? If you can tell, I don't know if you can.
It's kind of dark, but yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You
I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as states Q. Are you able to identify the reason for their estimate? Yes. Okay. Is this Othal Wallace?
Yes.
Does this kind of statement movement states Q?
No, sir. Without objection, admitted a second.
I'm now showing you what's marked as 8A in evidence. Is this the photograph? Can you identify who's in that photograph?
That's my baby's father, both the ones.
Okay. And then in 8B, is this also Othal Wallace?
Yes.
First witness, Judge. I'm going to approach and show you what's marked as states A. Now R, sorry, states R. Can you take a look at that? Have you listened to this CD before?
Yes.
Okay. And the voice that's on there, is that Othal Wallace?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of predicate.
she's listening to this recording, is she going to identify the voice on it? Or not gonna do it?
I will rule it for now. Go ahead and finish it.
Have you listened to this CD?
Yes.
How do you know you listened to this CD?
Because I signed it.
Okay, so
Be sure to keep up the voice up.
I'm sorry, because I signed it.
and you dated it?
Yes.
And the voices on the CD, is that Othal Wallace?
Yes.
That's all good now.
All right. I'll rule the objection. Are you submitting the evidence?
Not this time, Judge.
Okay. You identify this and I will prove it?
Yes, R.
Thank you.
Is that moment, Judge?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
I'm going to move it. Oh, you want to use it? Yeah, yeah. Just.
You lived in the apartment 8 with Mr. Wallace, is that correct?
With my kids. He comes over to see his kids.
Okay. Did you live there with as of a few months? Were you living with him there?
Like I said, I live there with my kids, and he comes over to see his kids.
Have you been, were you ever residing in that apartment complex, that apartment number 8 with Othal Wallace? Would you characterize it as residing in that apartment?
I don't understand the question.
Would you agree that you were residing, meaning living there full time with Othal Wallace for 3 months as of June 23rd, 2020?
No.
Okay. Do you remember having your deposition taken on May 24th, 2022?
No.
Okay. Would you, Your Honor, may I approach? Right. Okay. I'd like just to perhaps refresh your recollection. I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of page 7, line 25, over to line 6 on page 8. Okay. Do you grab and do your deposition on that?
Yes.
And then I'll give you page 7. All right. You can just go ahead and read. Again, it's line 25 on page 7 to line 8. Or excuse me, line 6 on page 8.
Back in June of two.
You can just read it yourself, man. I'm sorry, I wasn't fair with that.
Oh.
Okay. Yes. Do you agree that the truth of the matter is back in June of 2021, you two, you and Othal, were residing together at 133 Kingston Avenue, apartment 8?
No, I probably said it wrong, but in those 3 months, he's in and out all the time.
You would agree with me that on May 24, 2022, you showed up for your deposition, right?
Yes.
I think we went in person. You remember that? We had the state attorney's office.
I don't remember.
Do you remember being sworn to tell the truth?
If I don't remember the actual situation, then how could I remember that?
Okay, do you agree that the specific question that I asked you was as follows on page 7, line 25? Back in June of 2021, you two were residing together at 133 Kingston Avenue, apartment number 8. Do you agree that I accurately read the question? That
Yes.
I asked you? Okay. Would you agree with me that that's a very straightforward question?
Yes.
Okay. And your answer was yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony here is different than the testimony that you provided on May 24, 2020?
Yeah, it's definitely different because that's not accurate.
So now your testimony is that he was just staying there sometimes?
Right, to see his kids. He's always in and out, traveling, doing whatever he does.
Regardless, it is the case that he was welcome in this
absolutely.
On June 23rd?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to be in that parking lot because from time to time he stayed?
Right, of course.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with that. And you have 2 children in common with Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
He worked that day, it seems like the same hours you worked?
Yeah, well, sometimes. It all depends.
But on June 23rd, y'all got off around, what, 2:30?
I got off at 2 o'clock.
Do you know what time he got off that day?
I do not.
And would you have gone back to the apartment with him after the work shift and had some interaction there?
No.
Okay, you 2 parted ways?
Correct.
And the last time you would have seen him would have been at work at McDonald's?
Correct.
And then you said you had a phone call with him prior to everything coming to light with what happened in the parking lot, right?
It was a text message of him letting me know that when I got back from gymnastics practice, he wasn't going to be there because he was going to be with his other child.
Gotcha. And was that the case when you got back? He wasn't there yet?
Correct.
Do you know approximately what time you got back?
I would say no later than 5:30, maybe 6 o'clock.
And at 5, he's not back, but that doesn't alarm you because he told you that.
Right, he let me know he wasn't going to be there.
And in terms of this particular screenshot, there's a time on the top right hand side of things, right?
Yes.
And this is a military time. It's 2050.
Right.
Did you know that Mr. Wallace was in the parking lot at that time?
I did not. I was inside sleeping.
Ma'am, a few moments ago, Mr. Lewis had asked you some questions about a photograph of the vehicle that Mr. Wallace was driving in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're on a first with this? I'm just approaching with one of the composite exhibits, and then I'm also, that hasn't been entered, it's IDAA, and then I'm also approaching the witness with what has been entered as exhibit. I think previously you had identified this as being consistent with your understanding of Mr. Wallace's vehicle. Do you have your observation of the rear lights on the vehicle?
In the picture,
Yes.
I see one side of the other.
Okay. In terms of that, like, you see that pretty clearly?
Yes.
All right. And then do you see anything on top of the vehicle that's any kind of distinguishing characteristic?
That I would recognize the car.
Yes. What do you see on the top?
On the top, I see whatever that little triangle thing is.
And let's just go with the triangle thing and start there. So on.
I'm going to object. This is the province of the jury to compare the photographs and make a determination. Ms. Lewis is not an expert.
I'm not asking for an answer, I'm merely asking for observations of 2 photographs. Do you see the same thing on the top in Exhibit 5?
No.
And how about the rear lights? Do the lights look different?
Yeah, they're completely different.
And how long did it take you to discern the connection?
Yes.
1 second? Thanks. In this parking lot here, if I was driving down Kingston Avenue, there would be no way for me to even know what was going on at this location if I'm driving down Kingston. Right?
Correct.
Right. And in terms of the orientation from the front of this vehicle to the apartment, can you tell the jury a little bit about how far that is?
Well, the parking lot is very small compared to where the car parks in the building. It's not really that far. The parking lot is pretty small.
And in turn, is the orientation of this vehicle such that if Mr. Wallace were to walk out, would he basically walk straight across the parking lot and enter into his unit?
Correct.
Okay. I know I've been there in the past, but just to give a little bit of a reference, is the distance between the parking lot and where you would enter into the apartments much further from where I'm standing to the wall that's behind you?
It's about the same distance. It's that small.
And there's a car that's right next to this vehicle, right? In the picture wall, right? And have you parked in this parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your experience when you park on this parking lot that the distance between one car and the other is quite cramped, maybe an arm's length?
Yeah, it's very close.
Okay. And have you ever opened up your car door when there's been a car on the other side of you? Is it possible for you to get beyond the open car door with another car next to you?
No, it's so small that I have to tell my kids, be careful, you're going to hit the car next to you when you open the door. Very small.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, if we look at this photograph right here, can you see the taillights?
No, see the front of the car.
Right, so the taillights are behind the car, right?
Yes.
Abutting the shrubbery that's all back there that covers it up whatever's back there?
Yes.
Okay. And you can't see the antenna there, can you, ma'am?
No, it's too dark.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ma'am, is there a traditional parking curb right behind the vehicle? Do you notice that in the bottom left-hand side of the...
Yes, there's like the little parking, little hump.
And then there's some space, maybe a couple of feet between the parking curb and the shrubbery?
No, there's no space.
Okay. There's not any space between this curb and the shrubbery there?
No, it's like if you step past the curb, you're going to be in the, like hitting the ditch pretty much.
And do you see anything in this particular picture that would obscure one's ability to look at the passenger side of the vehicle?
No, it's clear.
And if one was coming up to the passenger side of the vehicle, they would have an observation of those rear taillights that you would have.
I'm going to object. That's just speculation, Judge.
Nothing for that.
I don't have any redirect. She's excused.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor. She's
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Today we'll call Sergeant Joseph first.
I'm just fixing those.
I think we will get some WD-40 or something.
Sorry?
Maybe we'll get some WD-40 or something.
There, can you see, ma'am?
The witness was sworn earlier. You should speak loud and clear into the microphone, please.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the folks in the court?
My name is Joseph Michael Sir. I work for Daytona Beach Police Department.
In what capacity? What's your rank?
I'm a patrol sergeant.
How long you been with Daytona Beach PD?
A little over 21 years.
And is it all your, has your entire law enforcement career been with Daytona Beach PD?
It has.
Okay. How about walking us through a little bit the various positions you've had and what you've done in your 21 plus career as a law enforcement officer?
Originally started in patrol. Did that for about 2.5 years. I went to street crimes, which was a low-level narcotics, vice crimes thing. And then to special investigations unit, which was narcotics also, but mid to upper level stuff. And then I went to the high-intensity drug trafficking areas task force. Basically, it's a group of cities in the county, and they work upper level narcotics investigations. And then in 2020, I was promoted to sergeant.
So tell me, what does a sergeant with the Daytona Beach Police Department do? What are your duties and responsibilities?
Well, you'll have a platoon of officers on nights, so they're usually a little bit younger. We train them, you review the reports, supervise calls for service that they're on, assist with competency calls for service, counsel them if they need it, mentor them, how to create a positive morale for the shift.
Okay. Did you know Officer Jason Ranger?
I did.
Was he on your shift?
He was.
Were you his supervisor?
I was.
And were you his supervisor for the entire time since you became sergeant until he was shot on June 23rd, 2021?
I was.
Were you working the night that he was shot?
I was.
Were you a supervising sergeant that night?
I was.
Did you have any contact with him that evening before he was shot?
Maybe in passing. No real conversations I recall.
Okay, so you don't recall any content of any conversation,
No,
correct? Okay. And talk to us a little bit about his area of responsibility, or where he was assigned and where he might wind up.
We have 8 different zones within the district, and we go from the railroad tracks to the beach. And in between, we also have the river. So we have the Ridgewood units, we call it, and then we have the beachside units. So on the Ridgewood side, on the north end, you got 56 zone, 57 zone, and 58 zone. And then, so any unit that you have, they're usually Charlie 50 something. But we also have 70 units that we use that are the more senior guys that have a little bit more empowerment to go to both sides of the river to help out on calls or to do other things.
Is that what was that the situation with Officer Jason Ranger?
Yes, he was 77.
So he was free to move about in different zones?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the area where Officer Jason Ranger was shot?
I am.
Had you been there before?
I am.
Was the location known to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's a high crime area. We'd recently had a rash of shootings and also a known narcotic location. So there's been complaints generated by the public in that area, along with other incidents that we responded to.
Place you needed to have a police presence?
Yes.
Would you consider the area, the parking lot where you found Officer Jason Ranger, is it secluded?
Yes.
Not visible from the road?
It's not.
Little or no lighting back there?
Yes.
Did you consider it part of Officer Ranger's responsibility to patrol areas like that?
Absolutely.
Now, it's a high crime area with shootings that are going on. Is that something that you and your officers face typically on a daily basis?
The shootings, maybe not on a daily basis, but quite often, yes, we deal with some violent crime, probably on a daily basis.
I want to touch briefly on a BOLO regarding a stolen vehicle. Are you familiar with license plate readers?
I am.
And are you familiar with how they work as far as reading license plates? And would you agree, or is it true that these license plate readers have the ability, amazing ability actually, to capture a tag number and then put it in some kind of database?
Yes.
And do they also check that database to see if somehow that particular tag or whatever it might be was input in there for some reason?
Yes, it does.
Now, let me talk to you about that a little bit. Did you use that database, or what was your proficiency with pulling up that database and looking into it?
I was given access to it. I hadn't really learned how to use it, but I knew some of the other officers that did, and I would rely on them to help me with it.
And what about Officer Jason Rayner? Did he help you with it?
Yes.
Did he appear to know what he was doing?
He knew how to operate the system.
I'm sorry?
Objection, speculation.
Did he help you?
He helped me. If I need something, I would go to Jason if it was having to do with LPRs.
And is it your understanding the BOLO was distributed by email?
Yes.
Was it distributed in other ways too?
It was sent out through our, we call them MDTs, it's a mobile transport, it's our computer and it's the system. They were sent out through that and then also over the radio.
So it was actually broadcast over the radio?
Yes.
And I assume all the folks on patrol working that evening, their radios were operational?
Yes.
And was this BOLO that we were talking about, was the vehicle described?
Yes.
The BOLO, it operates some kind of description.
It was given out by description over the radio, and then, you know, on the MDTs, it would just list the description of it, and then on the email is actually a photo of the back of the vehicle.
What about Officer Rayner? You said he was proficient with the LPRs in the database. What about his emails? You were a supervising sergeant. Did you have occasion to observe if he was conscientious or not about checking his emails?
He was, because oftentimes I would send out emails to them, he would respond to them. I've been with him at his vehicle when he had his emails up.
Is the purpose for sending out any BOLO to the officers so that those officers will be aware of it and on the lookout for it themselves?
Yes, actually BOLO stands for Be on the Lookout, so that's why it's being sent out. Keep an eye out for it.
So looking for a BOLO, or looking for whether it's a vehicle, a missing person, whatever it is, you consider that part of within the scope of the duties and responsibilities of a police officer?
Yes.
A good thing?
Absolutely.
Seeking to prevent crime, proactive policing?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you became concerned for Officer Jason Rayner's safety?
Yes.
Did it have to do with the radio and him calling out? Didn't respond, is that correct?
He did not respond.
And that's a red flag, right?
Correct.
So, do you have the capability, to know where your officers are?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
There's a system called Force Watch. It's throughout the county. So all the vehicle computers have a GPS plugged into them. So on my computer, I can see where my officers' vehicles are located.
Okay. Were there efforts to reach out to Officer Rayner on the radio?
Yes, we called. There's some officers that called, and then dispatch called them again. No response. I told dispatch to put out an alert tone, which gives us radio silence, and then they do the loud to get anybody's attention in case you didn't hear it. You can hear them, and then no response.
Let's talk. You said an alert tone. Does that tell? What's the purpose of that for the folks that hear? The police officers that hear?
That we're trying to locate somebody, or occasionally they can do it before a big call comes out. But the alert tone is in case you're talking to somebody, you might not hear your radio, or the volume might have gone down, but you hear the beep, 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 and they get your attention. You're like, oh, what's going on? And then you realize they'll call your call sign again, and you're like, oh, they're talking to me. I'm code 4.
Were you able to determine a likely location for Officer Jason, right?
Yes, from the Force Watch system, it appeared that his vehicle was behind the building at 133 Kingston.
Sorry, what was this?
Force Watch.
Force? Just briefly, do officers, police officers, you, your squad, your crew, your platoon, do y'all have the capability of talking on the radio in the vehicle itself?
Yes.
And also on foot?
Yes.
And that's with would that be a portable radio that you're equipped with?
Yes.
Is that like the one you've got there on you're wearing there?
Yes, sir.
And is that a microphone on your shoulders?
Yes.
Okay, and if you want to transmit with that, you're outside of your car, interacting, whatever it is you're doing, you want to transmit. Do you use your hand in order to transmit?
Yes, you have to come up and press the button on the side, hold it down, you hear a beep, and then you broadcast.
And you have to hold it down until you're done.
Correct.
Broadcast.
Yes.
Where were you when you heard or you got concerned about Officer Jason Rayner and you started this Force Watch or looked in that application to locate him? Where were you?
I was at the Beachside Precinct handling some of my admin duties on my computer. So it's just on the other side of the river.
Okay, the precinct is like a substation or an office for the police department?
Yes.
It's not the headquarters?
No.
But it's for that area or vicinity?
Yes, for District 2.
And so what did you do at that point, Sergeant?
When I saw where he possibly was, I put that out over the radio to tell the guys that were responding. We had everyone heading that way. And then I went immediately to my vehicle and started that direction.
Did you get there?
Yes.
So, once you arrive, what's your mission or your goal? What are you trying to accomplish?
To find out, to make sure he's okay if he needs assistance. We were on our way there to help an officer.
Okay, and what happened when you got there?
On the way there, one of the officers had transmitted that we had a gunshot wound to the head. I arrived. There were 2 officers on scene. I was talking to them, trying to get whatever information they had from him, because he was still talking to us somewhat, and trying to come up with a suspect. But at the same time, I was more worried about getting rescue there. So it's simultaneous, both things we needed to have happen to get him to the hospital.
I know this might sound like a silly or stupid question, but that was very traumatic was that very traumatic for you, what you were witnessing?
It's definitely a traumatic event for everyone involved.
For everyone. So, did you try to clear a way for a rescue to be able to get into this area?
Yes, I put it out over the radio to make sure that because a lot of times when we come in and we get to a call, everybody's quick to get there and we're parking our cars everywhere. And we have to go back out to move the vehicle so we can let the emergency personnel in. It's just usually how it happens. I was quick to put it over the radio, make sure it's clear. We want to get them in there quick. And then told another officer to go out there and also make sure that they could get in there unabated by vehicle.
Okay, and then what about once Officer Jason Rayner was taken and put in the ambulance, did you help clear away an escort, so to speak, so that he could get to the hospital as soon as possible?
Yeah, we told evac that we would block off the intersection, so another officer and I would go ahead of rescue and block off the north side and the south side traffic, so they didn't have to slow down, they could go through and then evac again and head up in front of them so they can make it to the hospital.
And evac, that's the ambulance service?
Yes, sir.
Call it evac? Okay. Now, there's another important thing that needs to be done at this point in time, right? Now that you know that Officer Jason Rayner has been shot in the head, and you're trying to figure out what happened, right?
Yes.
So what do you do?
Well, at the time, we were trying to get into his phone because we have the Axon cameras that are attached to our chest. You don't have, the individual that it's assigned to has access to it through a phone app. So you can go in there and actually view your videos while you're writing your report, or that you can put in the case number and things like that. So initially we were trying to get to unlock Jason's phone. We weren't able to do that, so I sent the Axon camera with Officer Sizemore to the precinct, and that's where you're able to dock it. We have a secure closet. Once it's docked, that uploads it to evidence.com. So while we were doing this, I was assuming that that video was going to be uploaded, and then I wanted to get to that to see what we could find out.
So you gave the body cam to Sizemore?
Yes.
Sizemore took it to Beachside?
Beachside precinct.
She docked it. What does that mean? Is she just plugging it in, or what? What does that mean, docking?
There's like banks of almost like a battery, maybe for like a power tool or something. You just plug it in, and then the light comes on it, and you can see that it's uploaded.
So it's uploading and charging?
Yes, also.
Okay. And you said it's a secure area. What do you mean?
It's secure to get into the precinct, but then also there's a closet. It's upstairs. You have to use your key card to open that to get access to it. And then you have each platoon's got a different section for their cameras.
Is this something that's done every night at the end of shift, typically with the officers in their body-worn cameras?
It is.
Did you view that video?
I did.
So there was a video?
Yes.
Where did you view it?
Initially, when I was at the hospital, I couldn't get service, so then I went to our main station at 129 Valor, and I was able to access it from there.
Let me stop you. When you say you didn't get service, that means you couldn't get the internet?
Correct.
You have to be on the internet in order to tap into evidence.com?
Correct.
So you did that?
Yes.
And you watched the video?
Yes.
Was it helpful in identifying a suspect?
Yes.
So what did you do? You watched the video. What was it you did then?
Everyone was on the radio. They were all trying to figure out what kind of suspect we had. So as soon as I could get to a frame where I could get a picture of something, and I started with the vehicle, I would email that out to department-wide and also to the Volusia County Crime Center, so they could send it out further than that. And then as I went, I took a picture of the suspect, did that also. Meanwhile, asking if CID could assist with downloading the whole video. I couldn't email the whole clip. It wouldn't email.
Right. It's like too big of a file or something. Is that
Correct.
Right? So, but you were getting pictures out of the car. Is that right?
Of the vehicle and the suspect.
And the suspect. Do you know if somebody used those pictures to help identify the defendant in this case?
I know they were used to identify him.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach for a moment? Yes, sir.
Well, stop on the afternoon recess. About 15-minute break for you. The lawyers and I have a little work to do. 15 minutes on top of all rise from the jury. Okay, the jury's out. Why don't you go ahead and call for the evidence?
Sarge, have you, in your 21-plus career, how many times would you say you've come into contact with marijuana?
Hundreds, maybe, and over 1,000, a lot.
Okay. Are officers trained in how to recognize marijuana?
They are.
Tell me what you're looking for to try and identify or recognize what could be marijuana.
There's the sight of it, and also there's got a very unique pungent aroma to it.
Okay, so describe like you say visually. What are you looking for?
Usually describe it as a green leafy substance, but there's also buds and stems and seeds.
Okay. And as far as aroma, burning or non-burning or both?
Both of them do. When the burnt marijuana obviously has a stronger smell to it.
Or is it, you're the sergeant that was in charge of this squad you testified to. Did the officers that you supervised have training in the recognition and observation of marijuana?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that marijuana that a police officer is going to routinely come in contact with marijuana during the course of doing their job every day?
Yes.
Is that true for you?
Yes.
Yeah. I think remember Sergeant say that marijuana was visible or something.
Your Honor, there is the video which hasn't been introduced yet into evidence. And this is disputed, of course, but there is what we believe to be in the defendant's hand what appears to be a marijuana cigarette. Now, they could argue it's something else, but we believe that, and we believe that based on that plus, as we had said earlier, I think your ruling was we couldn't talk about, what's marijuana regarding, the Snellville search warrant.
Right.
But we believe that would be relevant because it's an additional layer of possible suspicion once Officer Rayner made contact with the defendant. And you can see, while I'm sure they're going to dispute it being marijuana, I think you heard it in their opening statement, I think it's fair game to at least make the arguments. They make theirs, we make ours.
Well, have to make proof.
Yes.
All right. I just, in terms of what's before the court right now on a proffer, my objection would be that it's completely irrelevant. I don't know where we're going to go. There's not been a demonstrative proffer to the court or a portion of the video where there's going to be any particular identification. There's been no testimony from certain circs about any contemporaneous conversation on June 23rd about marijuana. So what we anticipate to be the case is 2.5 years after the shooting, then marijuana becomes a factor in the case, and they're trying to backfill in that, oh yeah, it must have been marijuana, but there's no real-time memorialization of any marijuana being suspected. There's nothing before the court to determine what he's going to testify to.
Your Honor.
I don't know information.
Your Honor, may I briefly get this point? Today, right now with Sergeant Searce, all I'm asking is to discuss how they might recognize marijuana. We have other witnesses, and when we introduce the actual video, then you can see visually what we're talking about.
Well, I'd rather have them come back and talk about this. I'm going to look at video and so I can have a better,
Yes, sir.
a better feel for whether or not they, you know, what you're trying to claim that marijuana, there's some sort of basis to it.
Yes.
Without knowing exactly what it is that you're going to show, I can't determine whether or not this is relevant. As of right now, there is no relevancy because there's nothing
Yes.
on the record that indicates there was marijuana allegedly on the defendant's hand.
Yes.
So for now, I'm not going to exclude it.
Yes.
But I'll prevent you from using it until it becomes more relevant for me to talk about. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's take our break. 50, all right.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness here. I've shown the defense counsel that. Your Honor, this has been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit I. Officer or Sergeant, do you recognize this photograph?
I do. It's Officer Jason Rayner. Officer Jason Rayner.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the Officer Jason Rayner that you met?
It is.
Your Honor, this time I have to be able to move it into evidence.
No, sir.
And Your Honor, we have photos certificate.
From that, no,
Yes.
Yes.
Tentative minutes.
From examination.
Good afternoon.
So you likely underwent considerable amount of training in your 21 years of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
One of the most important tools of a law enforcement officer is the powers of observation. Do you agree with that?
The what?
Powers of observation.
Sure.
And part of your training, it's ongoing, is to develop how to discern between what could be potentially innocent conduct or what could be criminal conduct, right?
As far as being part of it? Yes.
Yeah. You're trying to hone those powers of perception so that you can key in on something that might lead to an arrest or a further investigation. Do you agree with that?
I do.
And that's what bolos are used to assist in, correct? You would agree that it's equally as important for law enforcement to train their powers of observation so that they do not overextend and capture innocent folks that might be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Say again?
Do you think it's just as important to use your powers of observation so as to not unnecessarily involve someone who's innocently looking like a suspect or in an area where there was a recent call for service?
I don't know how you'd be able to determine if someone is or isn't.
Well, let's say, for example, you're familiar with this crime bulletin that went out, right?
Yes.
Right. And the crime bulletin talked about the vehicle, this gray SUV, right?
Gray Honda CRV, you think?
All right. And would you agree that based upon this information that any black female or black male in their 20s would be subject to seizure and interrogation in the city?
No.
Okay. And that's because it would be unreasonable to just capture every black female and black male in their 20s, right?
Correct.
In fact, an appropriate thing to do would be to look at the specific information in the BOLO and apply that to the observations, right? You would want to take in, you wouldn't just pull over.
You're not saying that you weren't mentioning that they were in a vehicle, right? You're just saying a black male or black female anywhere?
Right. That would be inappropriate to just pull over every black or black male or female in their 20s to look for the stolen vehicle, right?
Well, if they're in a vehicle that appears that it could be that vehicle, then you would investigate that.
Right. And the question becomes how close to that description is a reasonable pursuit or an unreasonable pursuit of that vehicle. Do you agree with that?
As far as what's reasonable and what's unreasonable?
Right. You're trying to use as many details as possible to determine whether it's reasonable to pursue this car further, correct?
Yes.
Right. And for instance, if an officer was going and looking for this 2014 CRV, and they plainly saw that the vehicle was an HRV, it would be unreasonable to pull that car over.
If you knew the difference.
Right. So the point is, as a law enforcement officer, it's important to try to discern between the specific information so that you don't capture someone or hassle someone that's not worthy of suspicion.
Yes, and I also know that sometimes bolos are close if you're just getting it out through the air or whatever, so they're not always 100% accurate, but if you know the difference, then yes.
And you train your officers to make sure that they are reasonable when they're approaching citizens, right?
Yes.
You're not telling them, hey, if you're in the ballpark of a description, go ahead and stop it, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that characterization in the ballpark. I think he has specific questions.
It would be inappropriate if you learned that one of your subordinates was engaging in a practice where he was just being reckless with the information in a bolo and pulling over everybody that got close to the description, right?
Well, you're saying got close, and then you're saying reckless. I wouldn't put them together. If it's something close, and I believe that they're acting in good faith, then yes, that it would be okay to contact.
So the issue is, how can you determine what's close and what you should disregard, right? That's what on the scene observations come down to as law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Did you investigate any portion of this case? Like, were you tasked with investigating anything, or were you just more of a first responder?
First responder, and then once the video portion was sent out, I was done.
In terms of police and citizen encounters, they're governed by policy. Like, there's policy about how a law enforcement officer at Daytona Beach is supposed to interact with members of the public.
Yeah, as far as your demeanor and, you know.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Can we approach on this? Sir, you mentioned a policy about being courteous to members of the community.
Yes.
And that involves advising a citizen, if practical, about the reason for the contact or the reason for them being detained.
It's not spelled out in any sort of way like that.
There's no policy at all that talks about giving a citizen a reason or explanation for an officer contact.
You reach to a point where they're detained or not detained, you know, you're already at that point where you're going to tell them why they're detained. But just coming up to talk to somebody, you don't have to automatically just say what you're thinking.
Understood. If someone gets pulled over, are you suggesting that there's no policy that requires an officer to advise the citizen about the reason for them being pulled over?
Now, I don't know if that's in policy or not, but it is good practice if you stop somebody on a traffic stop to inform them of the reason of the stop.
And similarly, would you agree that there are times when it would be good practice if you're encountering a member of the public outside of a traffic stop to advise them of what you're looking for or the reason why you're contacting them?
It would be on the time as far as how you feel officer safety wise. A lot of times you don't want to point out something that you see that may be potentially something that may lead to an arrest or could be dangerous. You don't want the suspect to know basically your cards at that point until you can safely proceed.
And I think what you're getting at is that it's not unreasonable for some people to perhaps be nervous or on edge when they're dealing with law enforcement.
Some people are nervous.
And also what you just described would be a kind of de-escalation, right? You don't want to go and confront a person right away. You want to have a more tactful response.
It depends on the situation, really. I mean, if you have to take immediate action, then you take immediate action. But I know it's good practice for officer safety wise. If you see something in a car, I may not point that out to that person right then and there that I see something, because I know I might need someone else to help come and detain the person, or the fight could start, or they could flee, and those kind of things.
And obviously, when you're arriving up to the point where you need to determine what information to give, you've already processed the situation and have time to reflect on it before you're getting involved, right? You're having some time before you're contacting somebody to see if they match a bolo, to see their demeanor, to assess which tactic you're going to use when you're contacting them.
Not at all. It flows as far as like if you're getting out to talk to somebody. I don't, depends on what you see, what you're picking up, maybe what you smell, maybe what you hear, and things like that. You can't. There's no. Not like a robot where I proceed to this point, I must say this. You're still processing maybe what you're seeing.
You're familiar with the term high-risk traffic stop?
Yes.
That is one that involves guns, right?
We'd call it a felony stop, yes.
Multiple officers would be involved?
Yes.
It would be against the best practice to go and make a possible encounter with a high-risk vehicle alone and without any notice to your fellow officer?
No, not if you just stumble across something. You got to take action. I mean, if you think there's a felony in progress, if you can safely make that time to get other officers there, and to tactically approach a vehicle, then of course that would be something you can do if you have that time.
Sure. I think the operative term there is used would be, there's a difference between you stumble upon something versus you have some opportunity to observe it and then perhaps call for dispatch or make it different.
What I'm saying is if you're driving up and all of a sudden it's dark and you're seeing like, oh, that vehicle looks familiar. Mm-hmm. So now you're into investigation mode, to kind of like, what? I don't know what it was.
Sure. And you would agree with me that there's no possible way that when Officer Rayner was driving on Kingston Avenue that he saw Othal Wallace in the parking lot behind Kingston Avenue?
I couldn't say what?
You can't say that when Jason Rayner was driving on Kingston Avenue on June 23rd, 2021, that he saw Mr. Wallace's vehicle from Kingston Avenue.
I don't know when he saw, like where it was parked, and if that was where he was on Kingston, no, you wouldn't probably see it. You couldn't see it. It's all blocked off.
So
but if I can't say that he didn't see the car pull in. That's what I'm saying.
Do you have any information that would suggest that Officer Rayner saw the car pull in?
No, but that's what I'm explaining.
You would agree with me that there was no 911 call placed by any member of the community complaining of anything that Othal Wallace did on June 23rd, 2021?
I don't believe there was any calls.
There was no 911 call by any person in Daytona Beach complaining of criminal activity or suspicious activity at 1:30.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that he might be outside the scope of his knowledge. Any call at any time that night, that community. You can ask those who know the answer.
I'm not aware of the background and who knew the defendant and who didn't. I can just say that night when it all happened, I don't recall, and I don't remember seeing one, that there was a call there for that.
Do you believe that the Daytona Beach Police Department did a full and thorough investigation into the shooting of Jason Rayner?
I do.
Your Honor, objection.
Okay. And in connection with that full and thorough investigation, you would agree with me that the basis of the encounter is a central role to everything that we're talking about here today.
The basis of the encounter.
Why Rayner went back there, right? Is that an important issue? Why Rayner went back there?
It's part of the issue, yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, there's no 911 call complaining of Othal. There's no 911 call complaining of anything at Kingston Avenue, right?
No, but there had been plenty of complaints in that area.
Okay. Can you point to a specific call that took place on June 23rd, 2021, to which Jason Rayner was responding to that led him to the back parking lot?
No, I don't know why he was back there at that moment.
All right. You're not familiar of any citizen flagging Officer Rayner down and telling him to go back and make contact with Othal Wallace?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not familiar with any facts that would give Jason Rayner probable cause to detain Othal Wallace?
I'm going to object to the sustain.
May we approach? Were you familiar with the existence of this be on the lookout for the stolen vehicle prior to the situation with Officer Rayner?
I was aware of the vehicle, yes.
And you would agree with me that there are distinguishing characteristics between the vehicle at issue in the Bolo and the vehicle that Othal Wallace was driving at?
I don't know the differences. There's so many new cars and they're similar in so many ways. So I could easily get them mixed up. I know they end up being two different vehicles. I don't know how similar they are.
And you would agree with me that the best practice would be for an officer to use as many of the powers of observation as possible to discern between whether a car that was going to be approached was the Bolo vehicle or was not the Bolo vehicle?
If you're just making contact to see what you may have, I mean, the vehicle was backed in. I believe that's the major difference between the vehicles versus what the front of the vehicle is.
And is it your testimony that the vehicle being backed in made it absolutely impossible to distinguish between the Bolo vehicle and the vehicle that Othal Wallace?
I don't know if you could say impossible. Like I said, I don't know the vehicles well enough, and I don't know.
Are you familiar with any person within the Daytona Beach Police Department that investigated the reason for Rayner going and making contact with Mr. Wallace?
I don't know all the details of the investigation.
You mentioned before that when you came up on scene, you made contact with some officers that had been the first responders, right?
Yes.
One of those officers was Amanda Dickens.
Yes.
You agree with me that Amanda Dickens at no point in time told you, hey, Rayner just said he was going to look for that fresh signal net?
I don't know what she testified to or if that's what he said to her.
I'm sorry if you misunderstood my question. My question is, let me back up. Do you have a recollection of when you first got into the parking lot on June 23rd, 2021?
When she was there, she was tending to her friend that was been shot. So no, we didn't discuss anything about a vehicle.
So before, when Mr. Loris was asking you questions, I believe you testified something about you had contact with the officers and they gave you information, right?
They were trying to get information from him.
Okay. And you asked Amanda Dickens what information that she had pertinent to the situation?
Not directly to her, no. I was on scene.
Would it be unreasonable for a law enforcement officer possessing information about their fallen colleague to relay that to somebody like yourself in the situation?
You're talking about reasonable when her friend and zone partner had just been shot in the ground and was in the shape that he was in. I don't know what we consider reasonable of what her response would be about anything.
I think that's fair. Are you trained as a law enforcement officer to deal with high-stress situations?
We use simulations and stuff to try to recreate them, but it's not the same.
So do you think, is there a lesser standard that an officer is held to if they're in a stressful situation as opposed to a non-stressful situation?
That's just plain human nature and how your brain works. You have fight, flight, or freeze, and some of your forebrain can start to take over in some of these situations. So where once you calm down, you can think clearly again.
But we can be in agreement that Amanda Dickens never told you anything about this Jason Rayner going to look for a stolen vehicle.
I don't recall that conversation there.
Are you familiar with any subsequent report that Amanda Dickens drafted memorializing that statement?
I don't.
You sent out the photographs obtained from the axon, and then you didn't have any other further involvement in the case. Is that correct?
Not that I recall, no.
Just a second. No, sir.
Thank you very much. The witness can state. Okay,
Would be subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Next witness, Judge. Sergeant James Moore.
Yes. Was he already sworn?
I think he was, yes.
The witness has been sworn. Loud and clear.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please take a moment and introduce yourself to the folks here before?
My name is Sergeant James Maher, M-A-H-E-R.
And where you work?
I work for the City of Daytona Beach Police Department.
How long you been with Daytona Beach PD?
14 years since 2009.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
So your entire career has been with Daytona Beach PD?
Correct.
Any military experience?
Yes, I was in the U.S. Army.
How long were you in the Army?
3 years.
Walk us through, educate us about the different roles you've had from when you started to where you are now with the Daytona Beach Police.
So initially when I started, I was a patrol officer. I ended up on a bicycle unit, which is a proactive unit on bicycles. I went from there to the crime suppression team, which is commonly referred to as like a street crimes type unit, prostitution, narcotics. From there, I transitioned to the investigation side. I was a property crimes detective and worked my way up to homicide. I was a homicide detective. I worked for the higher level narcotics unit after, the special investigations unit, and a violent criminal apprehension team, which is kind of like a fugitive unit and CST type unit. For a short period of time, I was cross-sworn as a U.S. Marshal during the fugitive side of it. And pretty much the entire time, not quite all 14 years, I think it's 12 years now, I've also been on SWAT.
What's SWAT?
SWAT is Special Weapons and Tactics. It's a unit designed to handle high-risk situations, whether it's a search warrant deemed high risk, not all search warrants, barricaded subjects, hostage situations, things of that nature.
Did you mention CST or crime suppression?
I did, sir.
What is the purpose of that?
The crime suppression team's purpose is within its name to suppress crime. It's a proactive unit that utilizes crime statistics, typically from CompStat, which is a meeting that we have weekly, to identify crime trends and try to curb the trend.
Okay. Kind of keeping an eye on the community and where crime's happening?
Correct.
And so that you can allocate resources to those areas that need it because of the crime occurring?
Correct. That would be the idea of CompStat.
Yes. Were you a patrol sergeant?
I was. At some point I was promoted to sergeant. I went back to patrol for 6 months, and then sergeant of crime suppression team, and then sergeant of violent criminal apprehension team.
How long have you been a sergeant?
4 years. I've been a sergeant for 4 years now.
Okay, and part of your duties as a sergeant, you train other officers?
Yes.
Are you familiar with proactive policing model?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Proactive policing means engaging in policing, looking for crimes that are occurring, keeping them from occurring, instead of the reactive side of it, which would be more like a fire department, if you will, wait for a call, then respond.
So you're not out there waiting for somebody to flag you down and say, hey, we need you. Is that
No.
right?
No, not on VCAT or CST, no.
Okay, so to talk about CompStat a little bit more, you said you look at crime trends. Can you be a little bit more specific about what y'all look at?
So, as far as CompStat goes, it's a bi-weekly meeting, but also weekly is a staff meeting. It's pretty much the same thing. We'll go over that period of time, whether it's that 1 week or that 2 week period of all crimes that occurred within the city. It's for accountability purposes as well. All the command staff is there from the chief down, including the district captains, and so that everybody's on the same page. Everybody understands where these crime trends may be, and then each unit is held accountable, whether it's the criminal investigation division on where they are on a certain crime that occurred, VCAT, what we're doing to curb the trend, or patrol to step up patrols in the area.
Were you working the night that Officer Rayner was shot?
I was.
In what capacity? What were you doing?
I was the crime suppression team sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Officer Rayner?
No, not that night, no.
But you were on the same shift?
No, so I wasn't on the same shift. I was working the same night. Patrol works different shifts than crime suppression. I was a completely different unit.
Okay. What area were you working?
That night I was what's called District 1. So Daytona is broken, as far as law enforcement goes, into two separate districts, East District 2 and West District 1. There's railroad tracks that run north and south through the city. I was working west in District 1. Jason was working east in District 2.
I want to talk to you a little bit about earlier in the evening before Officer Rayner was shot. Were you aware of a bolo about a stolen vehicle, Honda CRV?
Yes, I was.
And how did you become aware of it?
Through a bolo that was issued through city email.
Okay. And at some point before Officer Rayner was shot, did you actually spot what you believe might be there?
Yes, I did.
Where were you?
West International Speedway Boulevard.
Okay. And so what did you do?
So the vehicle was slightly ahead of us. It was a silver Honda. I knew that there was a silver Honda SUV stolen with a paper tag. Positioned my vehicle to the point where I could see the rear tag. It was not the tag. It was a California tag. So I didn't do anything. It wasn't the stolen car.
And that Volvo had the tag number, didn't it?
It did.
And so you were able to actually see the tag and determine it wasn't a stolen vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So what'd you do then?
I don't remember.
You did patrol or work?
Nothing with that vehicle.
Okay. So did there come a time when you became aware that there might be some concern for Officer Jason Rayner?
Yes.
And talk about that a little.
So as I spoke about before, Daytona is broken into two different districts. It's also two separate radio channels, primary radio channels that we use. They patch the channels together, which usually means something is happening. I also have a secondary radio that I use that talks around just my unit, so we're not tying up primary police channels. My unit started scrambling and headed towards that area, and I still hadn't been 100% sure what happened. I went to the area. I saw a patrol officer on a perimeter somewhere in the area of Madison and Ridgewood, and I asked him, "What are we working?" And that's when he told me there was an officer down, officer shot.
Okay, so at that point, what was going through your mind? What did you do?
Going back, I mean, at that point, all I was thinking is, let's secure this perimeter. Let's make sure that we get dogs on the ground, that people inside, give us our best chance possible to catch this person without anybody else getting hurt.
Okay, and so is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at that night? Did you were you involved later, involving another Honda CRV?
Yeah, so.
Honda vehicle?
Correct. I don't know if it was a CRV or HRV. Later on, as information began to come out, the Bolo was given for a silver Honda SUV. I started looking for a silver Honda SUV for the person that shot Jason, and I found a silver Honda SUV backed into a driveway with the lights on. As soon as I saw the vehicle began revving its engine, and somebody came running from the inside of the house where it was backed into and yelling, and I don't remember exactly what they're saying, but something along the lines of "my babies." The vehicle then took off, past my police vehicle, which was marked, and I engaged the attempt to traffic stop the vehicle. I ended up in a pursuit, believing it was the vehicle that had been involved in the shooting.
So at this point, you think you might have the suspect who shot Officer Jason Raines?
At that point, I was convinced. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Based on the description or based on the photograph that you had?
No, I didn't have a photograph. There was a bolo given over the radio. I didn't actually have a photograph of anything at this point.
So you were going by the description?
Correct.
Okay. Did you make contact? What happened? Give us through what happened with this vehicle. Did it stop eventually?
Not willingly, but it stopped. It stopped eventually. It ended up in a police pursuit. I immediately notified all surrounding law enforcement that I thought I had found the Honda. It was fleeing from me, that I was pursuing him. We fled through what we call 45 zone at Daytona Beach, which is the northern end of Daytona Beach, through a lot of residential back roads at a lot of high rates of speed. Eventually, we started working our way towards an area of Nova Road, which is more commercial and businesses area. The vehicle slowed down to turn into a Checkers or restaurant parking lot. I hit the vehicle from behind, disabling the vehicle. Occupants of the vehicle began running. We captured them, and it then was determined this was actually the stolen car that I was thinking about earlier, not the shooting vehicle.
Now, you had mentioned that you worked with the crime suppression team. You're the sergeant, CSP, and also worked with SWAT.
Correct.
Are you involved in training your officers as well?
I am.
Okay. And what's your goal in training the officers?
To accomplish our job in the most professional and safe way possible.
And what is your job?
Our job at the end of the day is to make sure that Daytona Beach is safe.
Were you familiar with 133 Kingston in that area?
Yes, the 100 block of Kingston I'm familiar with.
Okay. And why is that?
So Kingston, since I told you about 45 zone, this is 41 zone. This is also the north end of the city by Ridgewood, towards the river. This is a high crime, high narcotics, high prostitution area. An area I was definitely and still am familiar with almost daily.
Okay. And when you're faced with a high crime, high drug area, how does proactive policing become involved in it?
So especially in high crime areas, the proactive end is what tries to return quality of life to an area that's having an issue. Proactive policing is it's such a broad term.
How do you employ it in your duties with your fellow officers at the Daytona Beach Police?
So as far as proactivity goes, if I'm trying to curb an issue, a broad issue, one of my favorites is accuracy by saturation or saturation method, which is when I bring my unit to a specific area with an issue and we enforce every violation they can find, whether it's tint violation, a stop bar violation, a speeding violation, whatever it may be. We find that, in my opinion, it's like 5% of the population causes 99% of the crime. So if we do 100 traffic stops, we meet, and this is, again, my numbers, my opinions, we meet 95 individuals who are good law-abiding citizens. We create contacts. We put lights in the area deterring crime. And then we have that 5 or 10 that, are up to criminal activity that we are able to engage at that point.
Yeah, Judge. Yes. Permission to approach, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've got what I believe to be state zeal for identification purposes. This is a composite exhibit. Would you please take a moment? Sir, just a second. You recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
So this is the vehicle that I pursued. This is the stolen vehicle that I pursued, believing that it might have been the shooting vehicle.
Okay, that was kind of at the end of the evening, after you had seen a vehicle that you thought was a stolen vehicle and it wasn't. And then this time you saw a vehicle you thought was the shooter's vehicle, but it was actually the stolen vehicle. I don't know, did I get it right? Is that right?
I'm sure you did. I'll just reiterate because I was initially in the daytime. I saw a silver, gray, whatever Honda on Speedway Boulevard. I knew about a stolen one. I got behind it. It was a California tag, not a Florida paper tag. I left it alone because it wasn't a stolen vehicle. Jason was shot. Bolo was issued for a silver gray Honda. I found a silver gray Honda, fled from me, chased it. It was the stolen car, not the shooter.
Okay.
This is the stolen car.
Are these fair and accurate representations of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, that you allowed to move these in there.
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Without objection, it will be admitted as evidence.
And Your Honor, I'm like Sergeant Search, I need a little help. We're going to put them on, with your permission, publish them to the jury.
Okay.
You want to go through one?
Yeah, this was at the, what did you call it, the Checkers or something?
Yes, sir. This is at the Checkers where the vehicle became disabled.
Okay.
All right, thank you. If you don't need it, give me the okay?
Yes, we'll do that now.
Start from there.
You need the TV.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you knew Jason Raymond very well, is that right?
Yeah, I knew him pretty well.
On the day of June 23rd, you did not speak in there.
No, not that I remember. I don't remember the last time I saw him.
You had no conversations with him that day?
No.
And you had no idea why he went back behind 133 Kingston Avenue?
No.
You do Mr. Rayner's practices as a patrol officer, you know?
Fairly well. I think I was his sergeant for, back when I was on patrol, I was his sergeant for, I want to say less than 6 months, but 6 months is a good.
And would you classify Mr. Rayner as being proactive or proactive police officer?
Yes, Jason was proactive.
I think you also wanted to be probably leading.
He did.
And then on the 23rd, you the only thing you did was apprehend a stolen vehicle from previous
So it wasn't the only thing I did all day long, but as far as what we were talking about, yes, that's what.
You searched around, but you didn't find any evidence.
I didn't find any evidence that night. I did help with the perimeter, go to a location south of Daytona.
Yeah, Coach Moore. We have one of the photos from what was just underneath the evidence at 610. That's the photo of the car in the area.
Correct.
And then we have another one that was marked, it hasn't been put in evidence yet, but the identification for this is States 83. Right?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any differences between those vehicles?
Yes. So this is me assuming, because I wasn't here with this photograph. I'm assuming that this is the shooting of Mr. Wallace's vehicle, California tag. This is the stolen car without the bumper.
And do you see a difference between the rear door, the door?
Yes.
Quite a big difference, isn't it?
So I remember it's called a tape. The one with the California tag has no rear door handle, and the stolen car has a rear handle on the car, or door handle on the car.
And the area at 133 Kingston Ave is a high crime area?
It is.
And you said that you like to go into saturation, which means pulling a lot of people over for various reasons.
So saturation really, the way I have 6 officers, I think it is 7 officers that work for me. We work in a small group. In other words, not necessarily, I'm not going to say we're going to go to Kingston, the 100 block of Kingston, but we'll go to 41 zone, that general area, and do a lot of stops, a lot of interactions, lots of lights in the area. That way we're there if somebody needs backup, but also it disperses any potential crime.
So you're out making contact. Look, most of that saturation, you're pulling people over, you're making contact with people. Is there a lot of just going up and saying, hey, what's going on? How are you doing? Where are you at?
So consensual encounters happen. Yeah, absolutely. I would, most of the time, it really depends. I mean, it really depends. I wish I could give you an answer on statistics, but it really depends on the situation, whether we're making consensual contact or, this is a traffic stop with reasonable suspicion.
Well, can you explain what a consensual encounter is?
Yeah, absolutely. So consensual, as a law enforcement officer,
Your Honor, be honest with
So, have you made what you just determined, what you just called consensual encounter in your head?
Yes.
Right, and what's the, if it's not a consensual encounter, then you're pulling somebody over for probable cause or reasonable suspicion.
Correct.
And when you pull somebody over for one of those reasons, probable cause or reasonable suspicion, you have your lights on, right?
Yes, to activate the stop.
Yes, you have your lights on. But in your words, as a consensual stop, you just come up and make a person, right?
So anytime it's consensual, I even teach my officers purposely not to block the person and to not turn the lights on. It's consensual.
And have you been in the location of 133 Kingston recently, from June 23rd, around that time? Have you been there?
I don't know that I was in that exact parking lot, but that general area, yeah, absolutely.
After the night with the stolen vehicle, did that end your involvement in this case?
As far as the investigation, I was not part of the investigation. I did travel to Georgia, but I wasn't part of the investigation.
When you went to Georgia, you were there for the apprehension of Mr. Wallace?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yeah, when you went to Georgia, were you there when Mr. Wallace was apprehended?
So I was there. I was present. I wasn't on the compound. I was just outside of the compound.
At some point, did you and Police Officer Cassidy you contact with Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Subject to recall.
Subject to
Please call your next witness.
Okay, we'll call Mary Toledo.
I don't believe so.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name good for us?
My name is Mary Toledo. Last name's Tees and Tom, Alluto.
Are you working at the Daytona Beach Police Department anymore?
Currently, no.
You're retired?
I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you tell us how long you worked at the Daytona Beach Police Department?
22 years.
What sort of capacity did you work there?
I started off in patrol. I moved to the bicycle unit for about 12 years. I was also on motors, crime scene, and I finished my career as a detective.
Was that a detective in the major crime unit or robbery homicide?
As general.
Let me bring your attention now. Were you still working at the Daytona Beach Police Department on June 23rd, 2004?
I was.
What capacity did you work on that day?
Actually, I was at home and I got called out.
What was your job assignment during that time window?
Oh, I was in general CID.
Shadow detective, right?
Correct.
And what does CID stand for?
Criminal Investigation Division.
What happened? Were you like on call, or why did you get called that night?
I got called. Well, I got called by one of the supervisors that an incident had took place and that they needed some assistance.
How long did it take you to get from your residence to, I guess, you know, where you went to?
Yeah, to Kingston.
How long do you think it would take you to get dressed and know what you do?
I probably was there within 30 minutes, not less.
When you arrived, you heard a lot of
When I got to the scene, Officer Rayner had already left. At that point, the scene had been roped off, and I made contact with my supervisor at the time to find out, I kind of got just a basic call, just get dressed and get here kind of thing, and I'll tell you what's going on when you get here. So when I got there, I spoke with the supervisor. He said that, an officer had been shot, and we were still working on trying to identify the suspect.
When you say the scene was roped off, what does that mean?
It's taped off and basically under Daytona Beach's control, the area, so that nobody can just freely walk in and out of there.
Is that sort of evidence in the scene clarity?
Correct.
What were you assigned to do when you got there by your supervisor?
Basically do another canvass of the apartment complex, make sure that we didn't miss anybody that may have seen something, make sure that anybody that could have seen something, whether it be important or not important, that we spoke to them.
So I understand what canvas means. Can you explain in lay people's terms the description of what that means?
Canvas is going to be just knocking on doors in the area and just saying, hey, this is who I am. This is what has happened. This is the time frame that it happened. Did you see anything before, after, during? Just going right down the list of anything in that immediate area, talking to anybody there.
Were you assigned to do that at 133 Kingston with the apartments there?
I was.
Did you make contact with the apartment for aid with Heidi Lewis?
I did.
Upon making contact with her, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
In the course of your conversation, were you provided any information by her that led you to bring up a photograph?
Yes.
What name did she give you?
She gave the name Othal Wallace.
What did you do at that point when the name was brought up? Did you bring up a photograph?
I did.
Did you show her that photograph?
I did.
Based on your, police work, your skills, and while you're talking to Ms. Lewis or during that time, did there become more information provided from Daytona Beach with a picture of the individual who was involved with this, shooting officer?
Yes.
Were you able to make a comparison and kind of put the two together?
Yes.
While you were talking to Ms. Lewis, at some point, did you see her get a text with a photograph of her phone?
Yes. A group text message was sent out. I believe the police department released a snapshot of the suspect from Officer Rayner's camera. They gave it to the apartment complex management, and the management company sent out a mass text to all the residents, basically saying, hey, this is the suspect of the incident tonight. Does anybody recognize him?
What was her reaction in front of you when you saw her view photograph?
She looked down at her phone and said, oh my God, that's my boyfriend.
Did you relay information about Othal Wallace being the suspect in the case to the detectives?
Yes, I called Sergeant Karcher and Detective Denari.
Yes, she can be released, Judge.
Yes.
Yes, sir, she's from out of town.
She was called Monica Lee. And we approached Judge off the record.
Yeah.
Actually, that's
Raise your hand, you just want, please.
Swear to tell the truth in this proceedings, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's the one you for the police officer, you told me how a weapon was her, and it's a dummy weapon, not a real weapon. So they will have to check that out. Are you guys proceed?
Thank you, Don. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your entire name and spell it for the report?
Monica Lee, M-O-N-I-C-A. Last name L-E-E.
And are you a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And what's your current rank?
I'm an officer.
Where are you living? Where are you a law enforcement officer?
Daytona Beach Police Department.
How long have you been there?
17 years.
Any experience at other agencies or all of Daytona Beach?
All at Daytona Beach.
And what's your current assignment at the department?
I'm in the training unit as the Axon administrator.
And what is the, can you tell the jury what the training unit is?
We train in-house and new recruits on, show them the ropes of the job, on firearms, defensive tactics, OC, EVOC.
You're going to need to say what the abbreviations mean, or say OC and EVOC.
Yes, so the pepper spray and evasive driving.
I think you said it a moment ago, but that includes firearms training.
Yes, sir.
And in regards to the firearms training, does it include how to properly draw a holster weapon?
Yes,
Did you bring duty belt with you to that?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what is a duty belt?
It's a thicker leather belt where we keep all our gear, all of our equipment on that belt.
And would every officer on duty, uniformed officer in the patrol car have a duty belt?
Yes.
What types of things do the officers use on duty belt?
Firearm, OC, taser, handcuffs, pouch for medical gloves, latex gloves, handcuffs, a radio, an asp.
As an officer trained, when you're training them about drawing a weapon, is that all part of duty belt training?
Yes, it's part of firearms training.
How long have you been doing that approximately?
About 12 years.
And along with the duty belt, you also bring up the dummy firearm.
I did.
What do y'all use the dummy firearm for?
To practice drawing the gun.
From a holster?
Yes, and for scenarios. So if we do scenarios, we use the blue guns instead of live guns, just so that our scenarios are like in a safer environment.
And is the blue gun in terms of its dimensions meant to mimic an actual firearm?
Yes.
And you had to bring the duty belt up with you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You had your bag already?
Not yet.
You had your bag. Just I'd ask if she'd be allowed to step down to demonstrate some things about the duty belt situation. You can just come right out here. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes, so long as it's not pointed.
Yes. Right here. So just first point out the holster generally for the jury.
So this is the holster we use. It's we call it a triple retention holster.
Why do you call it a triple retention holster?
It's 3 steps to get it done.
Can you take us through those steps? Let's start with the very first step, an officer would have to go through that he's
So you'd have to get your thumb and push down on the button, and then you have to remove the hood, and then there's another button here. You have to push down on that button to remove the gun.
Show us just the first step. What's the very first step?
The button to push down.
And the second step?
The hood,
And the third step?
another button.
Before the firearm can be removed.
Correct.
Thank you. You can turn to the stand. Now I want to talk about one of your other job responsibilities.
Yes.
What is Axon Administrator?
So I oversee all the Axon body cameras in the department.
Let's talk about those cameras a little bit. Who is assigned Axon videos, body cam videos in your department?
All sworn members.
So yeah, we already talked about the duty belt, but the duty belt with a patrol officer in a marked car having an Axon.
Yes.
And where do officers typically wear those Axon?
On their person, preferably on their chest. All patrol guys wear them on their chest.
How are the cameras maintained or kept up to date with current software?
So every time they dock their cameras, it's updated automatically with the current firmware.
And if you have a technical problem, the camera's not functioning, you actually send it back to the Axon company.
We do.
So you're not going into tools trying to repair the cameras yourself.
Never.
You said they did an update for the docking, that also kind of charge.
Yes.
And how long does the charge typically last on Axon?
An entire shift, so it'll last 12 hours.
So is that also the kind of recording capacity to record up to 12 hours straight?
Yes.
Do the Axon cameras and videos accurately record the date and time?
Yes.
When an officer is responding to a call, how is the camera, how would an officer activate it?
They would have to double press the circle button in the front of the camera.
And did you bring an Axon camera with you as well to demonstrate for this jury?
I did.
Jeremy, she sat down and just showed the jury an Axon camera.
Yeah, I got it.
So, I'll ask you the last question. What are we looking at here?
Body 3 Axon.
Is there anywhere on that camera like a screen that an officer can look at, video being taken or anything like that?
No.
Where is, can you point out to the jury where, is it the front, so this is the front of the Axon camera?
Correct.
So an officer would be wearing it in the center of his chest or chest?
Yes.
And where is the activation button?
This big circle button.
Does an officer have to press it 1 time, 2 times to activate it?
2 times.
2 times to activate it, so a double tap?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Officer Lee, are there events other than the double tap like an officer that would cause the Daytona Beach officer's Axon to go on automatically?
Yes.
Is one of those called a signal sidearm?
Yes.
What is that? What does that mean, signal sidearm?
It's a device that's mounted onto our holsters.
What is the purpose of that device that's mounted on your holster?
So when you draw your gun, it'll activate your own camera and other cameras around you.
So, if you were on duty, hypothetically, and your body camera wasn't recording, and you drew your firearm out of the holster, it would start recording?
Yes.
And if I was on duty with you and I was standing, say, this far away, would my body camera also activate?
Yes.
And when an officer activates his camera, let's go back to just the double tap. When an officer double taps that camera to go on, does the camera actually record video even before the double tap?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury what that is?
So it's a 30-second pre-event buffer where it records visually and audio.
So again, going back to our example with signal sidearm, would it also go back 30 seconds there?
No, it would not.
Okay, let's say it was double tap. So if you and I are on patrol and I double tap my Axon camera, it actually goes
Sorry.
back.
I'm going to retract that. It would do the buffer.
Okay, it would do the buffer.
Yes.
So in the example of you drawing your firearm, the camera goes on.
Yes.
And it would happen 30 seconds prior to you drawing your firearm.
Yes. Yes.
Now, is that sometimes that 30 seconds, 30 seconds back in time, is that sometimes affected by something called sleep mode?
Yes.
What is sleep mode? And why do you have it?
So sleep mode is when we put our cameras into, it will not automatically activate with the signal sidearm or anything else. So you would actually have to manually activate your camera with your hand in order for your camera to activate on sleep mode. We have sleep mode in case officers are in the locker room or going to the bathroom or taking a private phone call, and then their cameras won't automatically activate on them while they're having privacy.
And going back to our example of us being on duty together, if I have the camera attached to my chest, but it's on sleep mode, and I double tap to turn the camera on, will it give me those 30 seconds before?
No.
And is that because of the sleep mode?
Yes.
I'm going to get a little ahead of myself. It was Officer Rayner's camera activated on June 23rd, 2021. Was his camera on sleep mode?
Yes.
When an officer is finishes the officer finishes their shift, what do they do with the camera at the end of their shift?
They upload their videos,
And how do they do that?
either with an Axon cord or the docking station.
So same docking station where it charges?
Yes.
Is it the same docking station also where it gets its updates as well?
Yes.
And once they dock that camera, what happens to the video? The video that is in contact.
It goes into evidence.com.
And do officers tag their videos?
Yes.
How are they tagged?
They're tagged either on evidence.com or through their cell phone.
And when I say tag, what is that?
It means putting a case number and a title to their video.
So an officer, if they say they pull somebody over speeding and they have to upload their actual video, they put the agency number on that speeding stop.
Correct.
After an officer, when an officer uploads a video, docks and uploads, can they edit that video in any way?
No.
And do officers have the ability to see their videos before it's docked through their own cell phones?
Yes.
And how does that work?
So it is through Bluetooth connection with the body cam and the cell phone, and they can view it on their cell phone until they dock it. And then once it's docked, it's completely deleted out of the cell phone. So it's in evidence.com.
Okay, so once it's docked, the video is no longer there. It's in only evidence.com.
Correct.
And were you the Axon administrator back in June of 2021?
Yes.
To your knowledge, Officer Patrick Burleson equipped with an Axon camera the night the officer Rainer was shot and killed.
Yes.
To your knowledge, were the contents of his Axon camera uploaded and tagged in relation to this case?
Yes.
Did that Axon camera accurately record a date and time?
Yes.
Were there any technical problems that you're aware of issues with Officer Burleson's camera on June 23rd?
No.
Did Officer Burleson's camera, have you reviewed the footage from Officer Burleson's camera?
Yes.
Did it capture his finding Officer Jason Rainer behind him on 30 meters?
Yes.
Approach what's your on? Approaching seats and for identification and his name. Do you recognize that DVD?
I do.
How do you recognize that DVD?
It's got my initials on it.
Does it also have a date?
Yes.
Have you watched the content of that DVD?
Yes.
What does it contain?
It has Officer Erlinson's finding of Officer Rainer on it.
Is it a shortened version of Officer Burleson's body worn camera video from that night?
Yes.
So it's a minute and a half, 2 minutes long, something in that regard. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And is this video was on this CD consistent with the video that was uploaded by Officer onto the Axon.com?
Yes.
Around this time, I would say 10 in evidence is the next number to
Objection. Yeah, I object under Crawford, unavailable, there's testimony available. I will be ready to second.
Judge, at this time, we'll move to publish the now in evidence of case 11 for the jury.
Essentially, we have 10 cases. That's correct. Where is he? 5-7 Central Rescue Code. Where is he? Second gunshot wound. Who shot him? Come on, buddy. Hey, it's gonna be all right.
We just heard the shot.
Yeah, officer down. He's shot. Where's it at? Hold it, buddy. Hold it. Hey, just talk to me, man. Talk to me, Jess. Where's the guy who shot him? Who shot him, buddy? Oh, man. Just hold on, buddy. Just hold on. Central Rescue Code 3. See if we can area. Oh, my goodness. Get something to hold pressure. Just hold. He got my shirt. He got my shirt. He got his shirt. He got my shirt. He got my shirt. Hey, 10-3. Damn, man. Gunshot wound to the head and one on chest. Come on, man. Just keep talking to me, buddy. Just keep talking. Get rescue here now. You're gonna be all right, buddy.
And in that video, officer, does the jury actually see Officer Ellison with his firearm drawn?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was Officer Rayner equipped with body worn camera when he was shot on June 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Were the contents of this camera uploaded and tagged in relation to this case number or the Daytona Beach case?
Yes.
Was his actual camera also placed into evidence?
Yes.
Did Officer Rayner's Axon camera accurately record the date and time on June 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Were there any technical problems with Officer Rayner's camera that night of the shoot?
No.
Before going into the actual video, I want to talk to you a little bit about an Axon audit. What is an Axon audit?
An Axon audit lists all the events that occur when an officer utilizes their Axon camera.
Would that include, for example, if it was in sleep mode?
Yes.
Is that in fact how you know that Officer Rayner's camera was in sleep mode that night?
Yes.
Is another one of those things that the Axon audit will capture the signal sidearm notification?
Yes.
And it'll capture that regardless of whether it's in sleep mode on the monitor?
Yes.
After the recording of Officer Rayner's interaction with the defendant at 8:36 p.m., are there any signal sidearm notifications in his audit?
Yes.
And what time is that signal sidearm notification is in Officer Rayner's audit?
I would have to look at the audit to get the exact time.
Do you have it with you?
Yes.
For refresh your recollection, take a look.
Yes.
Defense, do you need to see?
No, that's
Audit sheet. Did you refresh your recollection, Ron?
It was at 8:54 and 47 seconds.
Between 8:50 and 36 seconds, when the video starts in relation to this incident, and that signal sidearm at 8:54:47, are there any other signal sidearms on the office?
Between 8:50 and 8:54, no, sir.
Are there any notifications that the taser was drawn in charge on that office?
No.
Is that something the audit would also capture?
Yes.
Now, in preparation for your testimony in this case, did you take a close look at the timing of Officer Erlinson's video in relation to that signal sidearm that's indicated on the audit from Jason Rayner's body-worn camera?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
That it was about the same time.
So when we see the officer, when the jury sees Officer Erlinson draw his gun running out to Officer Rayner, that's the signal sidearm we see in Officer Rayner's audit?
Yes.
I'm going to go back now and just talk to you a little bit more about Officer Jason Rayner's body on camera. Was his camera docked in the video uploaded?
Yes.
And that very night was that video disseminated to detectives and investigators immediately after y'all got it?
Yes.
And approach your honor?
You may.
Showing you now with mark for identification that states M as in Mary. Say any questions? Do you recognize that DVD?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
My initials?
Does it also have a date?
Yes.
On that date, did you review the contents of that DVD?
Yes.
And what does that DVD contain?
Officer Rayner's interactions.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the body-worn camera video that was uploaded from the body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move states M as in Mary in that incident.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, it is,
Your Honor, at this time I move that published states 12.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's going on?
Do you live here?
What's going on?
Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Okay,
Stop.
come on now.
Sit.
Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Cool. Charlie 777.
No, back up.
Stop. Stop. Stop, man.
yes.
In preparation for trial, you did close the trial date. Did you send a copy of Officer Jason Rayner's Axon audit from that night to a Brian Child with the Axon?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll tell you what to say.
Cross-examination.
Excuse me, TVs. when you go to the restroom and locker room and things like that?
Or on a private phone call.
By the phone call, okay. Now, what's the policy on putting your accent on speaker?
It's that. It's for the officer's privacy.
So, and you were looking at your audit trail earlier, right?
Yes.
Could you tell me, if you know the answer, why every time Officer Rayner gets done with a call, he puts his accent on camera on speaker?
I cannot speak for him.
Is that a violation of policy?
I don't know what he was doing.
Well, if you were to look at, item 160,
Yes.
and his recording stopped from he pressed it previously and then he stopped the recording, right? At that point?
Yes.
Recording stopped. And then we look at item 167, 848, at 4 p.m., sleep mode enabled, right? So we put it in sleep mode at that time.
Yes.
Let's go back to item 145, recording stop. Is that correct? And that's at 8:28 and 28 seconds.
Yes.
And then we go down and at 8:31 and 13 seconds, sleep mode enabled. And that would have been, I should say, item 152.
Yes.
Let's look at item 129. Recording stopped due to button press. And that's at 7:52. And then item 136, 7:53, sleep mode enabled. Is that common?
If he's making phone calls, I don't know what he's doing.
And when you, the nice thing, I guess, about enabling the sleep mode is it alleviates the 30-second buffer, doesn't it?
Yes.
So we don't have any idea what happened 30 seconds before Mr. Rayner enabled his recording at the 8:50 mark, I believe, which is the second module, which we just saw, correct?
Yes.
So because he keeps putting it in sleep mode, we don't get to see that 30 seconds leading up to when it's the recording actually starts. So we're missing 30 seconds of video, right?
Yes.
And then you stated that the sidearm, does the sidearm activation start when you push the button, when you push the latch forward, or when you do the third part, or is it before you actually pull out the button?
Could you repeat that, please?
Well, it's a three-step process to get the handgun out of the holster, right?
Yes.
All right. So you stated that when you have a sidearm alarm, that it starts, does it start recording when you push the first button? When you do the second phase, which is move the latch forward? Or is it the third phase when you hit the third phase, where you hit that button? Or is it when the gun actually comes out of the holster?
When the gun actually comes out of the holster.
And then as far as the taser alarm actually doesn't start or go off until you actually discharge the taser as a backup?
No.
When does it come out?
When you turn it on, it activates the cameras.
When you turn it on? Or when you take it out of the holster?
When you turn it on.
Well, the gun doesn't turn on until you take it out of the holster.
Correct.
But the taser turns on earlier?
The taser, when you turn the taser on, it activates the cameras.
So you'd have to have the taser out of the holster, turn it on, and then the alarm, then it starts recording, right?
Yes.
So by moving the latch on the taser forward, that would not start the recording.
No.
Yes.
Am I making this now?
Any redirect?
Yes. Officer Anderson may set it up across, but you don't know what Officer Mayer was dealing with anything that night. You have no idea, right?
Correct.
And in terms of the signal sign on notification, is that a fairly sensitive sensor in terms of what takes notifications?
It can be.
There are even times where a rattle is caused, the signal sign to go off.
Yes.
By rattling, basically jostling the new belt and holster.
Yes.
Yes.
Also, we had no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any cross?
No, you're
All right, okay, what is the excuse stay?
Subject to recall.
Okay, you still on this week? Another witness? It's 4-5. I think I'm gonna.
We have like a 10-minute witness judge, we can knock him out, if that's okay? Yeah, I'm gonna work quickly. Not for a minute, Matt. Forrest, Ryan Forrest, Officer Ryan Forrest.
I don't think he was sworn earlier.
He was not sworn.
Would Rich Ryan have sworn, please?
You swear to tell the truth and continue to help you God.
I do.
You would follow this through? Good afternoon. Make sure you allow and speak to the microphone so everyone can hear that. Now proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Sergeant Ryan Forrest, Forrest.
Where do you work, sir?
Work in the city of Daytona Beach.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2012, so 11 years.
If I can take you back to June 23rd, 2021, where you worked that night, sir?
Yes, sir.
What capacity?
At the time, I was a regular patrol officer. I was working on the west side, Charlie Ship.
Can you just explain to the folks where the west side would be?
The west side of Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach is split into two at the railroad tracks. So everything west of the railroad tracks is considered the west side, and I was working on the west side of that.
Would that have been the area, maybe to the restricted lives for folks driving the 95 and the Buc-ee's might be?
Buc-ee's, Tanger out.
Okay. So in that area,
Mm-hmm.
at some point did you hear a call on the radio?
Yes.
What did you do when you heard the call on the radio?
So I happened to actually be in the area of the Tanger outlet. I heard Central come across the radio and say that an officer was down. They didn't really have a lot of information at the time. They said there was an officer there.
What did you do in relation to that?
I just kind of like listened to the radio a little bit more, and once confirmation that there was an officer down, units started responding down there. I went directly to the hospital instead of going to the scene. Generally, usually we do have shootings in Daytona. We send somebody to the hospital for security, family, to get a statement from the victim, notify the hospital that this is coming in, those type of.
When you arrived at the hospital, did you speak to the head nurse to notify what was going on?
I did speak to the charge nurse and told her that we had an officer down and coming in.
Did you stand by at the hospital so Officer Rayner arrived?
Yep, after I told the charge nurse the ambulance actually had called in, I waited by the trauma doors for Officer Rayner to get there.
Did you see Officer Rayner when you arrived?
Yes.
Were you present when the clothing from Officer Rayner was collected and was provided to you?
Yes, it was.
Your hostess? Yes. I'm going to show you what we mark as States K. You take a look at these, sir. So you recognize them? Are these the clothing items that you collected that you use, sir? Yes, sir. Outside of them being on a in plastic on board, it's going to be in the same or substantially the same condition. Anything changed or altered about them? At this time, just to say movement stays K. Okay. It's a composite.
At the beginning of this evidence.
Does it accomplish this for the trainer?
Maybe.
Now I'll show you what's in evidence or the 13. If you can just is this Officer Rayner's uniform similar to yours? Is this the top of his uniform?
Yes, this would be the standard issue Class B uniform that is issued to all officers.
I'm showing you what would be the second part of the composite. This is would be his pants and stuff.
Pants, it looks like a keeper and a shirt stay.
When you collected these items, sir, where did you take them?
I was requested to, I was handed the items at the hospital. I took them, they were placed in a brown paper bag. I had to bring them to the courthouse on Ridgewood Avenue for FDLE was responding to take them back.
Did you respond to the courthouse at Ridgewood Avenue?
I did respond to the courthouse, yes.
Ultimately, and folks don't really know where the courthouse is. That's the main courthouse for the Daytona side of Louisiana County.
Yes.
When you arrived there, did you meet up with anyone from the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Initially, no. I had to go pick up, there was another piece of evidence I had to pick up. I did then respond over to the area where I met Deputy Cartagena from Orange County.
Did you provide him this uniform and also that subsequent item, which is the hat?
Yes.
Take that feeling on it.
I did.
Did they transport that to you all?
Yes.
Was there a helicopter involved to try and expedite this?
Yes, there was a helicopter involved to get these items up to FDLE.
Yes. Any cross-examination?
Officer, did you take any, and I certainly understand the KI at night, but did you take any photographs of either the pants or the uniform prior to collecting them for evidence?
Not.
In any degree of optimal, best practice would be to take photographs before collecting it.
It was already in the bag.
Okay. And that would have been this bag right here?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the submission was in the bag, and then this is for presentation purposes in court, right?
Yes.
Do you have any specific information about why Officer Rand responded to 133?
I'm going to object outside the scope of relevance.
There's a knife.
Yes, there is.
Is that a standard issue knife? Do you know?
It's not issued by the police department. However, we do carry knives for a multitude of things, general tools.
Nothing further on. Thank you.
All right, any reading?
No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn at this time. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Remind you once again not to talk about the case with anybody, or we're going to want yourself. And I'll try to have some drinks with you. Okay, done with this? Good. All right, tomorrow, I think. All rise, adjourned.